Florida is the promised land, and I have the chutzpah to prove it. Today, South Florida is home to the largest concentration of Jews in the world, outside of Israel, and is the state that started Jewish History Month. My hometown of Boca Raton is so Jewish that growing up, most of my friends at a Christian school were actually Jews. They wore a cross on their uniforms, sang in the choir, and even took the Eucharist. But I was at their bar mitzvahs every weekend. My friends in North Carolina, however, had never even seen a Jew. So why exactly is it that the Jewish people flock to Florida? You may be thinking it's the weather, but having fetched the cars and held the umbrellas for thousands of Jewish patrons in my time as a valet, I can assure you that the weather is often their number one complaint. In this video, it will be shown that there is an esoteric and even prehistoric basis for the Jewish people's love of Florida. It has long been theorized that the lost tribes of Israel came to America, and that Columbus himself was Jewish. But not many people are aware that Jews were active in Florida throughout every stage of its recorded history. Too few know that the earliest Spanish ships to Florida had conversos in their crews, and they themselves contemplated the Hebrew identity of its indigenous population. Even fewer know that Florida's very first senator, David Levy Yulee, was also the first Jewish senator in American history. David's father came to Florida in 1821 to establish the, quote, New Jerusalem, a Jewish utopia. Florida's northern state line is actually constituted by the 31st parallel north, the same latitude which runs precisely through Jerusalem itself, and the spot where the four rivers of Eden are said to split. Both Tallahassee and Jerusalem are built on 7 hills, and the word Miami has the same meaning in Hebrew as it does the native Floridian language. Now, despite the current political atmosphere, this presentation will not be a debate regarding so-called real or fake Jews, and is by no means a hit piece or expose. In fact, I will mostly be reading the words of Jewish scholars themselves. With that out of the way, let us uncover one of Florida's greatest mysteries. This presentation is long and information-dense, so make sure to kick back, spark up, and pour yourself a little liquid sunshine while you're at it. The views expressed in this video do not necessarily reflect my own. Now enjoy.
Welcome to Florida, baby.
Part 1. Columbus, the Converso.
Professor Zari claims without a doubt that Columbus was Jewish.
In order to fully account for the earliest recorded phases of Jewry in America, we must first take a closer look at the man credited with its overall discovery. This nation's history books largely omit the context in which Columbus departed for the Americas, and the pressure which Jews in Spain were under during the Inquisition. You may have previously heard of the notion that Christopher Columbus was Jewish, but this is heavily contested by mainstream academics. What you may not have heard is that a large percentage of Jewish scholars are actually in support of the theory.
Specific question, was Christopher Columbus Jewish? It's not such a simple question. There are some relevant material. Tonight's lecture is going to rely very heavily on the research of Rabbi Dr. Meyer Kaiserling. He wrote a work which was translated into English, which was helpful, on specifically the biography of Christopher Columbus and his connection to the Jews. It was published back in, I think, 1896, and no one has done this work since. So here, the big question is, was Christopher Columbus Jewish? What is the hava amina? What is the presumption that one would think he was Jewish? This is the best portrait we have of him. It was made posthumously by some 10, 15 years, if I remember correctly. We don't even know exactly what he looked like. He's an enigmatic character, and the Jewish aspect of him is really quite fascinating.
Such a fact would also bear great significance to Florida, for if those pesky Bahamas hadn't obstructed his course, Columbus likely would have sailed right into the largely Jewish metropolis of Miami. One could even make the argument that he was aiming for the Florida Peninsula. Without further ado, let us review the evidence. The following comes to us from Charles Garcia, an Air Force veteran, doctor of law, advisor to 6 presidents, investor, and resident of Boca Raton, Florida, in regards to Christopher Columbus and his likely Jewish ancestry. Quote, "Everybody knows the story of Columbus, right? He was an Italian explorer from Genoa who set sail in 1492 to enrich the Spanish monarchs with gold and spices from the Orient. Not quite. For too long, scholars have ignored Columbus's grand passion, the quest to liberate Jerusalem from the Muslims. During Columbus's lifetime, Jews became the target of fanatical religious persecution. On March 31st, 1492, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella proclaimed that all Jews were to be expelled from Spain. The edict especially targeted the 800,000 Jews who had never converted, and gave them 4 months to pack up and get out. The Jews who were forced to renounce Judaism and embrace Catholicism were known as Conversos or converts. There were also those who feigned conversion, practicing Catholicism outwardly while covertly practicing Judaism, the so-called Marranos or swine. Tens of thousands of Marranos were tortured by the Spanish Inquisition. They were pressured to offer names of friends and family members, who were ultimately paraded in front of crowds, tied to stakes, and burned alive. Their land and personal possessions were then divvied up by the church and crown. Recently, a number of Spanish scholars have concluded that Columbus was a Marrano, whose survival depended upon the suppression of all evidence of his Jewish background in the face of the brutal, systematic, ethnic cleansing. Columbus, who was known in Spain as Cristobal Colon and didn't speak Italian.
First of all, his surname, we say Columbus in English, but it would be Colon. He also signed his name as Colom, Christophe Colomb. This was a common Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews. He could connect himself to many Italian Jewish families. There's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not he came from Italy. He refers to himself as coming from Genoa or Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Majorca, even documents that he may have come from Poland, which is another possibility for this Jewish origins, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name, definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So that's not a typical Jewish name, just like Mary. Let us just quickly look at the work of Cecil Roth. We actually studied his work earlier. He wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in late 15th century Spain. He wrote about Columbus that the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secretly Jewish. It was kind of like a chutzpah. Put it in people's faces like, don't mess with me because I have Jewish blood. He would say like, do you know who I am? I descend from King David. He would say things like this. He would write things like this. And he openly cultivated this kind of mystique surrounding his lineage that he hoped would add to his own grandeur. There are many characters like this you see in Jewish history. Another good example of someone who actually was ethnically Jewish would be, for example, Benjamin Disraeli, who was baptized and lived his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutors that he in fact was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of skill and a unique kind of logic that they had no access to. So he played up this quite a bit, and we shall see some of them. But since Columbus frequently made these references, and his background is incredibly murky, Roth concludes, as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or an ex-Jewish family. As I mentioned earlier, Columbus loved making references to his Jewish origins, in person and in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the Conversos are being actively persecuted, and at the same time, he was kind of like a transitional liminal figure that was moving in and out of many royal courts from Portugal and Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support for his venture, and whatever he thought would make himself look more exotic and more appealing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But nevertheless, that's part of it. Third, we know he had a lot of Jewish friends. He had a tremendous amount of associations with Jews. He was very close with Abraham Zacuto in Portugal. You recall we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks ago. And he relied very heavily on Zacuto's astronomical research. The astrolabe that Zacuto had refined by making it out of metal was incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifests. They're not complete, and they have surnames. Very many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator was Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish profession. Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews, the exception of American Jewry, it's a very unusual exception, 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual. But for the most part, Jews typically are polyglots, speaking several languages and very valuable to their host societies as a result. I have a feeling...
Estelle Irizarry, a linguistics professor at Georgetown University, has analyzed the language and syntax of hundreds of handwritten letters, diaries, and documents of Columbus, and concluded that the explorer's primary written and spoken language was Castilian Spanish. Irizarry explains that 15th century Castilian Spanish was the Yiddish of Spanish Jewry, known as Ladino.
Okay, so I noticed in the chat also that the question of there were Jews on Columbus's boat. I refer you to the work of the late Estelle Irizarry, who was the chairperson of the Hispanic Studies Department of Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. She wrote a book called The DNA of Columbus's Writings. It's Irizarry, Irizarry. But Professor Irizarry claims without a doubt that Columbus was Jewish, and that his native tongue was not Spanish, may have been Ladino, he may have been from the Balearic Islands in the Mediterranean, but to cover that up, he claimed he was from Genoa. A real wordsmith, remember a person from Genoa is a Genovese, she believes that Columbus chose to have his roots made up story as Genoa and Genovese because it is an anagram of I navigate. But as far as Columbus having come to what would become the United States, never had. He came to the Bahamas, came to Hispaniola, there is another place named Nombre de Dios today in Panama, came to those areas, but not to the United States.
At the top left-hand corner of all but one of the 13 letters written by Columbus to his son Diego contained the handwritten Hebrew letters Bet Hai, meaning Be'ezrat Hashem, or with God's help. Observant Jews have for centuries customarily added this blessing to their letters. No letters to outsiders bear this mark. and the one letter to Diego in which this was omitted was one meant for King Ferdinand.
Let's have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters that we have in his own hand that he wrote to his son Diego. There's a whole story about what happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and madness and not having any credit. And so we do have a lot of material from after the discoveries as well. This is one of those letters. And you'll see on the top left corner, there's this funny little squiggle right where the arrow is, right where the cursor is, you see over here, that is not part of the letter text itself. And it looks a little bit like he's testing out the ballpoint on his pen. But of course, this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoints. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invocation at the beginning of a Hebrew letter. The letter is Beit Hey. I didn't have my computer easy access to handwritten letters. Like, it would look a little different if you wrote them by script rather than in the Assyrian block script like this. But in fact, you can conceivably see you've got the Beit on the right and the Hey on the left in a cursive script, which is an abbreviation for the term Baruch Hashem, or blessed is the name, which reminds me of a joke that I will try to tell you right after this. So the signing the beginning of his letters with this strange little squiggle, and by the way, he only did it in his letters to his sons. He didn't write it to other people, so just as a family thing, perhaps that is Baruch Hashem. And you may be asking, but it's on the wrong side of the page. You know, what do you want from him? He's pretending anyways. I don't know. It's true. Normally you would write this on the right-hand side of the page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center at top as well. So what would be terrible if he puts it on the left? You know, it doesn't even look very neat, but, you know, neither does his Castilian there too.
In Simon Wiesenthal's book, Sails of Hope, he argues that Columbus's voyages were motivated by a desire to find a safe haven for the Jews in light of their expulsion from Spain. Likewise, Carol Delaney, a cultural anthropologist at Stanford University, concludes that Columbus was a deeply religious man whose purpose was to sail to Asia to obtain gold in order to finance a crusade to take back Jerusalem and rebuild the Jews' holy temple. In Columbus's day, Jews widely believed that Jerusalem had to be liberated and the temple rebuilt for the Messiah to come. Scholars point to the date on which Columbus set sail as further evidence of his true motives. He was originally going to set sail on August 2nd, 1492, a day that happened to coincide with the Jewish holiday of Tisha B'Av, marking the destruction of the first and second holy temples of Jerusalem. Columbus postponed this original sail date by one day to avoid embarking on the holiday, which would have been considered by Jews to be an unlucky day to set sail. Coincidentally, or significantly, the day he set forth was the very day that Jews were, by law, given the choice of converting, leaving Spain, or being killed.
Then we have lots of things that he himself said in his own writings, like his journal of his trip to America, which of course was a very celebrated work, began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expelled from Spain, I set out for the New World." I mean, the very first clause of the very first sentence of his journal references the Jews and their situation in the Iberian Peninsula. A remarkable kind of way to begin this document. It doesn't begin that something like, "I knew I would find land." You know, it begins with, the Jews were expelled from Spain.
Columbus signed his last will and testament on May 19th, 1506, and made 5 curious and revealing provisions. 2 of his wishes, tithe 1/10 of his income to the poor and provide an anonymous dowry for poor girls, are part of Jewish customs. He also decreed to give money to a Jew who lived at the entrance of the Lisbon Jewish quarter. On those documents, Columbus used a triangular signature of dots and letters that resembled inscriptions found on gravestones of Jewish cemeteries in Spain. He ordered his heirs to use the signature in perpetuity. According to British historian Cecil Roth's The History of the Marranos, the anagram was a cryptic substitute for the Kaddish, a prayer recited in the synagogue by mourners after the death of a close relative. Thus, Columbus's subterfuge allowed his sons to say Kaddish for their crypto-Jewish father.
One last detail from this same letter. He developed this rather unusual signature that he was very particular about. You can just see it here. I have another copy that shows it in a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature that not only did he use in the latter years of his life, but he insisted that his children also use this signature, which is a strange kind of thing to do. You know, I want you to sign my name like I sign this name, not on checks or something like that. This part we can sort of figure out. The X is, of course, the Greek chi letter, as in Christos, and this is the Greek R and the Greek O, so Christo, this is a short form for Christopher, let's say, or just for Christo at any rate. And then Ferenz is a Latinized version of the fur part in Christopher, meaning the one who bears Christ, right? Christos, Ferenz, Christopher. So that part is easy. But what's the business with this, either the Latin letter X or the Greek letter chi, an M and a Y, which could be an U, and the SAS with those two dots around the S's, which he insisted on being written exactly like this, in this shape, and so on. Cecil Roth, a major historian who we saw a little while ago, he argued, not really convincingly, but nevertheless it's worth noting, that this was kind of like a secret symbol to his sons that they should say Kaddish for him after he died. The Conversos did definitely use a lot of secret messages that they handed down in all kinds of coded forms to their children. Do this behavior to remind you of a particular mitzvah that we have to keep, and so on. So it's not at all impossible, but it's difficult to see this in his signature. Professor? Yes, he did write occasionally in Hebrew. Not whole sentences, but, he picked up a little bit of Hebrew, and he would actually indicate words.
Finally, Columbus left money to support the crusade he hoped his successors would take up to liberate the Holy Land. Columbus's voyage was not, as is commonly believed, funded by the deep pockets of Queen Isabella, but rather by two Jewish conversos and another prominent Jew. Luis de Santangel and Gabriel Sanchez advanced an interest-free loan of 17,000 ducats from their own pockets to help pay for the voyage, as did Don Isaac Abrabanel, a rabbi and Jewish statesman. Indeed, the first two letters Columbus sent back from his journey were not to Ferdinand and Isabella, but to Santangel and Sanchez, thanking them for their support and telling them what he had found. The evidence seems to bear out a far more complicated picture of the man for whom our nation now celebrates a national holiday and named its capital." End quote.
Nevertheless, you take all of these things together, and you can add it up for yourself. It's hard to believe that he was actually Jewish. I think it's more likely that he liked the image of being Jewish, and he actively cultivated that with his population. And that's about it. For the real question on was Christopher Columbus Jewish? I pause for questions. And I have to tell you the joke. He cultivated relationships of various types, social relationships with Jews, which was very common, of course, for the Conversos, and was also at the heart of the Inquisition, the fact that the Conversos did not make a sharp break with Judaism, that they stayed in the Jewish community, would go back to the Jewish community for shiurim, for Chinese food, all kinds of things. So his behavior pattern fit with the Converso type of attitude.
Part 2. The Age of Discovery.
I would argue that, in fact, the roots of Jewish life in the United States is not New York. It's really Hispanic Jews in Florida nearly 100 years earlier.
In the 20 years following Columbus's so-called discovery, the North American mainland sat unexplored. When Juan Ponce de Leon finally landed in 1513, the Florida Peninsula became the first official point of contact for Europeans with the United States during the Age of Discovery. Though this is an established fact, a general misconception prevails among the American public, reinforced by school books and Hollywood movies, that the United States had its genesis in Jamestown in 1607 or Plymouth in 1620. Take the fairy tale of Pocahontas, for example, which the dubious John Smith plagiarized from the account of Juan Ortiz in Tampa Bay, Florida, a full 50 years earlier. Disney went ahead with the movie anyway, and thus the fraud was cemented into the hearts of millions. The reality is that the Spanish city of St. Augustine, Florida, nicknamed Ancient City, was founded in 1565, making it the oldest continual settlement in all of the United States, as will soon be discussed. Just as Florida's role was largely omitted from history class, so too was the Jewish presence in the Caribbean. The following comes to us from Edward Kritzler, who authored Jewish Pirates of the Caribbean. Quote, as early as 1501, the Spanish crown published an edict that, quote, Moors, Jews, heretics, reconciliados, and new Christians are not to be allowed to go to the Indies. Yet in 1508, the Bishop of Cuba reported, quote, practically every ship arriving in Havana is filled with Hebrews and new Christians. End quote. The following comes to us from Anusim and the Settlement of the United States by Michael Hendricks, the director of the B'nai Anusim Institute, in regards to the explorer credited with the discovery of Florida, Juan Ponce de Leon. Quote, on his second voyage to the Americas in 1493, Columbus carried with him a Spanish explorer by the name of Juan Ponce de Leon. Ponce de Leon settled on the island of Hispaniola, where Columbus had first settled on his initial voyage. He quickly became a leader on the island, and was commissioned to explore the neighboring island of Puerto Rico in 1508. In 1509, he was appointed the first governor of Puerto Rico. Ponce de Leon heard rumors among the Indians about a land that contained a magical spring or fountain. According to the legend, those who drank this water would be rejuvenated. Ponce de Leon received permission to explore this land and look for this fountain of youth. In 1513, he led an expedition sailing from Puerto Rico and landed near present-day St. Augustine, Florida. Ponce de Leon and his crew, several of which were Anusim Jews, explored the eastern coast of Florida. They became the first Europeans to discover and explore what would become the nation of the United States. Little is known about the background of Juan Ponce de Leon. However, his son, Juan Gonzalez Ponce de Leon, who was a member of Hernan Cortez's expedition that conquered the Aztec Empire in Mexico, married into a known Anusim family. End quote.
So when did Florida Jewish history begin? We were taught in religious school that the first Jews arrived in America in 1654 in New Amsterdam that became New York, after sailing from Recife, Brazil, to escape the Inquisition there. We now have evidence that there were conversos, or secret Jews, hoping to escape the Spanish Inquisition, who made their way with Ponce de Leon, as there are Spanish Jewish names on the list of soldiers and settlers.
Panfilo Narvaez was a Spanish conquistador who led the next major encroachment into the American mainland, landing near Tampa Bay, Florida, with around 300 men in 1528. It was Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, considered a hero by many Jews, who personally appointed Narvaez governor of Florida, which had theretofore been mostly unexplored. The following comes to us from Brutal Journey by Paul Schneider in regards to the prevalence of Jewish conquistadors in Florida during this earliest phase of exploration. Quote, far more common than either free blacks or enslaved whites on expeditions like Narvaez's were formerly Jewish Spaniards, who decided to put the ocean between themselves and the notorious Inquisition. Even before Judaism was banned outright in Spain in 1492, the Holy Office was ferreting out converted Jews, or conversos, who showed the least signs of backsliding. In the severest cases, those who refused to confess were burnt at the stake. Those who confessed were hung first to spare them the pain of the fire, after which their corpse was burned. Victims who escaped by fleeing were burnt in effigy for the entertainment of the crowd. It was officially illegal for new Christians to go to the Indies, but conversos were well represented on every major voyage to the New World. By one estimate, conversos made up to 5 to 8% of those who went to Mexico with Cortez and Narvaez. Not all of them were foot soldiers either. Judge Ayllon, already mentioned, was a converso. Identifying converted Jews is as unscientific now as it ever was. One member of Narvaez's new expedition, who superficially has some of the characteristics often associated with conversos of the period, was Captain Alonso del Castillo. Many Spanish Jews changed their surnames when they converted, commonly selecting a geographical description as a new identity. Though the surname del Castillo translates literally to of the castle, it's obviously quite close to del Castilla, or of Castile, and there were Moriscos and conversos of both those surnames who were persecuted by the Inquisition. Of more specific relevance is that Castillo's father was a doctor from the university town of Salamanca. Certain professions were closely associated with Jews and conversos: finance, trade, academia, law, and especially medicine. In several cases, the Inquisition itself wound up in the embarrassing position of having to hire converso doctors to care for the victims in its prisons because there were no, quote, old Christians with the right training to be found. 2 of Castillo's uncles were judges, another profession associated with conversos, end quote. The 1527 Narvaez expedition to Florida would meet with disaster, and of the 300 or so who made landfall, only 4 men lived to tell the tale. After landing near St. Petersburg, Narvaez had expected to regroup with his ships at a point further north, but that rendezvous never took place, and the expedition made the decision to head northwest, tracing the Gulf of Mexico. They suffered heavy casualties and eventually departed from Appalachia Bay in homemade rafts, only to be captured by another group of Indians on the coast of Texas. From there, the few survivors wandered their way to Mexico, where they reunited with the Spanish. One of those 4 lucky men was Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca. His account of the journey was published to great acclaim, as he was the very first European to give a lengthy written description of the American Southwest. However, the question of his Jewishness has been raised by a number of accredited historians and genealogists. The following comes to us from American Trailblazer by Paul E. Hoffman. Quote, raised in Jerez de la Frontera, a client and servant of the powerful Dukes of Medina, Sidonia, throughout his life, a veteran of war in Italy, and married to a wealthy conversa, a person of Jewish origins, from a family that converted to Christianity during the late medieval period. Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca and appointed royal treasurer for the expedition of Panfilo de Narvaez in 1526, and subsequently governor of the Spanish province of Ria de la Plata, roughly today's Paraguay, in 1540. Both appointments failed to produce the results he evidently hoped for, while, somewhat paradoxically, allowing him to create a reputation as a, quote, good conquistador, one who saw the Native Americans as fully human persons, capable of embracing Christianity and Spanish rule without Spanish use of violence or military conquest. He also gained a reputation as a sort of Christian missionary, not only because of his seeming stance on how to treat Native Americans, but also because, once forced into the role by Native insistence, he used Christian prayers as part of healings, events that could be considered miracles. End quote. The next major attempt at settling Florida was made by Spanish conquistador Hernando de Soto in 1539, also landing near Tampa Bay, but this time with over 600 men and 200 horses. It has only very recently came to light that de Soto himself had a Converso lineage, and such is the professional opinion of many Spanish academics. The following comes to us from The Convert Origin of Hernando de Soto by Esteban Mira Caballos, which I did have to translate from Spanish. Quote, the Florida governor Hernando de Soto never said what his birthplace was, a circumstance that fueled the dispute between Barcarota and Jerez de los Caballeros, because it was their hometown. All pointed towards the first of them, but some statements from people not very close to the character pointed to the second. The Jewish converted origin of the surname Mendez de Soto, made evident in recent works on the walled Barcarota Library, have given us keys to interpret its origins. This pushed him to change the surname Mendez de Soto to simply de Soto, much less suspicious. At the same time, he tried not to air his Barcarat birthplace, to avoid any connection with Judaism. In fact, he spread his Jerez origin as far as he could, something that Fidalgo could accept as valid. End quote. Then we have the following from Juan Luis Fornieles, which I also had to translate from Spanish. Quote, the conquistador Hernando de Soto, a convert on his mother's side, was a native of Jerez de los Caballeros, and this was indicated by the captain himself in May 1536. This information, together with the information from the witnesses included with his entry file into the Order of Santiago, and his own will, leave no doubt that Jerez was the town where he was born. End quote. As for de Soto's choice of a wife, Jewish-American author Norman Roth, Ph.D., tells us that, quote, conversos were amongst the most powerful government officials of the 15th century, particularly in Aragon, Catalonia, where they virtually controlled the government, and were chroniclers and secretaries to the king and queen. Most of this information was ignored by Benzion Netanyahu, and also by most previous writers. Some of these are surely of interest for students of general history, such as Pedrarias de Villa, who aided in the conquest of Granada and was governor of Nicaragua and founder of Panama, and one of whose daughters, Isabel, married the famous explorer Hernando de Soto. End quote. It is also worth noting that Isabel de Bobadilla served as the first female governor of Cuba from the years 1539 to 1543, and just like Florida, that island would go on to become a hub of Jewish activity in the so-called New World. In 1562, a number of French Huguenots, led by Jean Ribault, attempted a settlement near Jacksonville, Florida. They built a small fort and interacted with the Timucua people of northeast Florida. These Calvinists, like many of America's earliest European colonists, were escaping what our history books simply refer to as religious persecution. But when we consider the Sephardic diaspora and prevalence of crypto-Judaism in the Age of Discovery, these motivations become a bit more clear. The following comes to us from nurse and author Esther Margaretin in regards to the hidden Jewish ancestry of Huguenot families such as her own. Quote, "Many decided to disguise themselves as Huguenots, and in this way blend in with the existing populace. The southern French Huguenots considered themselves to be descended from the Jewish tribes of Reuben and Benjamin. They welcomed the crypto-Jews and helped them settle in their neighborhoods. Because of this, the Anusim decided it was beneficial to masquerade as Huguenots instead of Catholics. They adopted Huguenot names, mode of dress, and vocations, and eventually they also intermarried with them." End quote. For the genetic evidence of such a lineage, we look to 2021's Sephardic Jewish Ancestry of Colonial French Canadians by Professor Elizabeth Hirschman, who actually converted to Judaism herself after discovering her own Melungian ancestry. Quote, "This study has documented through the DNA analysis, historical records, and the artifacts that the colonial French-Canadian settlers, both the Huguenots and the Acadians, were likely of Sephardic Jewish descent, as hypothesized at the outset. It is shown in their close genetic ancestry to current Jewish persons in both the Sephardic and Ashkenazic branches of Judaism. That persons of the same overarching religious faith would gather together in communities across several centuries seems strong evidence that they were conscious of their religious past and desired to perpetuate it into the future." End quote. Though this study was conducted on Canadians, we need remember that many French families in Canada had moved there from the American Southeast, especially after the American Civil War. Not many people are aware that the oldest continually inhabited European settlement in the continental United States is St. Augustine, Florida, founded in 1565. Even fewer are aware that this settlement was a largely Jewish undertaking from its very inception, for it has hardly ever been written down, let alone taught in schools.
So we believe that the South's first Jews came here in September the 8th, 1565, with Spanish colonizers and established the city of St. Augustine itself. So Pedro Menendez de Yulee follows an important path in arranging, and for a time, all trips to the New World had to begin in Seville, and everybody had to be registered, and everybody had to pass that limpieza de sangre test. There are many people who lied, made up their genealogies, and so on. Some people paid bribes, but nonetheless in Seville. And then as I went down the Guadalquivir River, by the way, Guad, like Guadalupe, Guadalajara, and so on, is a variant of the Arabic word wadi, the dry riverbeds in Israel. So they go down the Guadalquivir River to Cadiz, make sure they have a proper count. Pedro Menendez de Yulee was particularly concerned about that, since some of the people in his fleet were paid for, and their salaries were paid, and their sustenance was paid for by the king, and others were his own personal endeavor. And so from Cadiz, which also, by the way, is the happens to be the same Phoenician Arabic word as Gadara in Israel, but that's a story beyond our scope. So they're in the harbor of Cadiz. They're docked, in all probability, right here by the bus station. There wasn't a bus station in 1565, obviously, but right here by the bus station. When they sail, they're going to go up and around this peninsula, and they, in fact, do carol around. And then when they get here, Pedro Menendez de Avila in his log reports unusually contrary winds, and says we can't sail if the winds are contrary. And so they come to a place and overnight anchor off of this last bit of land, San Sebastian and Fort San Sebastian. You can walk and you can travel along there. If you've ever been to Cadiz or want to go to Cadiz, you can walk or ride a horse or whatever to get out to Fort San Sebastian. And it turns out that, and this is research done by Dr. Eugene Lyon of Flagler College in St. Augustine, with whom we have consulted a great deal. He's more famously known for his work on the Atosha and the recovery of gold from that sunken Spanish ship, but he is the Dean of Historians of Spanish Colonial St. Augustine in Spanish Colonial Florida. He reports that the weather appeared favorable on June the 27th, but they were then blown back. And somewhere down here in these final lines, I can share this with you if you send me an email, somewhere between 150 and 300 passengers are taken aboard at night in secret. They are not recorded in the ship's manifest that they handed in to the officials as they left Cadiz. Why are these 150 and 300 people brought on board and become, in effect, the New World's first undocumented immigrants? We have suggested that is because they could not pass the limpieza de sangre test. They, in fact, were Jews, were closely related to Jews, had been Jews, and perhaps were practicing Jews who needed to get out of Spain as violence began to spread more and more. So we have proposed that these 150 to 300 passengers are, in fact, Jews, and that Menendez rendezvoused with them on purpose. Perhaps he had an affinity to Jews. Perhaps somebody in his staff had an affinity to Jews. That's open the question. More research is being done. If you'd like to.
We resume from Anusim and the Settlement of the United States by Michael Hendricks. Quote, in 1565, Pedro Menendez de Aviles led another expedition to explore and colonize Florida. The naval commander of Menendez's voyage was his Anusim brother-in-law, Gonzalo Salis de Maras. A number of the expedition were also Anusim crypto-Jews.
He leaves actually on June the 28th, sails across the Atlantic. Two of his ships are lost in a hurricane. He goes to Hispaniola, tries to get another ship, then goes to meet Ponce de Leon, the son of the first Ponce de Leon, in Puerto Rico, and then sails from Puerto Rico and sights the land of Florida on August the 28th, 1565. What happens to be the feast day of Augustine of Hippo, St. Augustine. So the land is sighted.
The crew sighted land on the 28th of August, the day after the Jewish festival of Rosh Hashanah, but they remained on the ship. It is suspected that the Anusim crew waited until after Yom Kippur passed before going ashore. On September 8th, the day before the Jewish festival of Sukkot began, they finally went ashore and founded the colony of St. Augustine, Florida. The settlement was the first colony in what would become the nation of the United States. End quote. For those unfamiliar, Sukkot is a Jewish holiday celebrated for 7 days in the fall time, during which participants spend time in outdoor huts or gazebos. Interestingly, a great ceremonial importance is placed on the citron, one of the original citrus fruits from which all other citrus types, including the orange, were developed through natural hybrid speciation, or artificial hybridization. When and where families are unable to secure a citron, an orange or more conventional citrus is often used in lieu. Considering the oldest city in America was founded during Sukkot, in part by observant Jews, we ought to note that citrus would go on to become a principal industry of Florida. Growing up in the Jewish enclave of Boca Raton, Florida, some streets in my neighborhood would have a sukkah in the backyard of every house. That neighborhood in particular had been redeveloped out of an old citrus grove, and many of those same houses have sour orange and lime trees to this day.
So the land is sited on August 28th, 1565. They do not actually make landfall. And because it's the Feast of St. Augustine, they call it St. Augustine. So he sites the land on August the 28th, goes up to the May River, does not land, goes up to the May River and there are between 1,000 and 1,500 people in his fleet. They engage the French in an inconclusive battle and then drift southward. They had been on the ship for over a month, and finally they sail southward and arrive on September the 8th, actually the night of September the 7th. Some advanced fortifications are taken care of, and finally on September the 8th they get off the ship, declare that claim this land in the name of Philip II, and officially found the city of St. Augustine. So the question we have asked is, why, when Pedro Menendez de Avila saw the land, and after this long journey on August the 28th, but does not choose to land until September the 8th, what reason? And we've discussed this with this Eugene Lyon and with others. He says there may have been a storm. It's not really clear. Then he may have wanted to go back and fight with the French and drive them out of Florida. Or we want to say, was he waiting for a period of 10 days? Why? Because he sites the land on August the 28th and doesn't land till September the 8th. Now, when we look at those dates, we need to understand that they are in the Julian calendar. And I tell you that because we all agree that August 28th is too early to be Rosh Hashanah. But we're using the Julian calendar. Add 10 or 11 days, and it is possible for Rosh Hashanah to fall on August 28th plus 11 days. And so what we realize is August the 28th, when Pedro Menendez de Avila sites land, that's the first day of Rosh Hashanah. And he waits 10 days, and after the 10 days pass, then that would be the day after Yom Kippur, then he decides to set foot on the land and claim it. Now, is Pedro Menendez de Avila Jewish, or does he have Jewish roots? We don't know. But perhaps it's a custom that his family acquired not to begin any new endeavors in the first 10 days after the new moon, closest to the autumnal equinox. The new moon closest to the autumnal equinox is Rosh Hashanah, by the way. So those 10 days were Yom Kippur. We have offered an explanation, since no one else can explain it. We have offered the explanation that he waited 10 days because there was some Jewish content that said, don't set foot here now, wait 10 days till after what would be Yom Kippur, and then you can set foot on the land to establish a successful colony. And so they're established, and he establishes, we saw it before, no, it's not here, okay, that big cross was at Mission Nombre de Dios. It's written here, it's hard to see. Let's try a second. This is a plaque on the property of Mission Nombre de Dios. And these are not named, or these are numbered. Nonetheless, this is a list of the 66, of the largest, and most prominent Spanish missions in Florida. And you will note that all of them are named either for saints or for the Indian tribe that they seek to serve and ultimately convert to Catholicism. All except one. And that, of course, is Mission Nombre de Dios. And we have suggested, now note that the plaque explains that they named Nombre de Dios, the name of God, Nombre de Dios, but no one can explain why. In fact, a scholarly paper that we've acquired indicates that it's called Nombre de Dios because there was an Indian village on the site called Nombre de Dios. And so we didn't think any Native American would call their village Nombre de Dios. It's not a Native American words. But if we do go back to the fact that the ritual of Yom Kippur, after which they would have landed, involves the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, going into the Holy of Holies, Kodesh HaKodashim, and pronouncing the ineffable name of God. This is described both in the Torah reading on Yom Kippur and the Musaf service on Yom Kippur, pronounces the ineffable name of God, the Nombre de Dios. And we have suggested that that is the reason, and offered everybody, anyone who wishes, the opportunity to refute that assertion, and no one can. So to review, we have some iffy question about why undocumented people were taken on Menendez's ship. We have some iffy question as to why he waited 10 days to land at St. Augustine and establish St. Augustine. We have some iffy conclusions about why it's named Nombre de Dios. Nobody has any other answers. And as iffy conclusion piles on top of iffy conclusion, we began to have a conversion of thought that there's some Jewish influence in the founding of St. Augustine.
What's interesting, which I showed when I began the Jewish Museum of Florida, that the third governor of St. Augustine in 1570 was a Converso Jew. And I would argue that, in fact, the roots of Jewish life in the United States is not New York. It's really Hispanic Jews in Florida nearly 100 years earlier.
Historians note that the third governor of Florida, Pedro Menendez Marquez, who lived from 1577 to 1589, could have been a Converso. We now know, because of research, that Antonio Martinez Carvajal, who was the chief harbor pilot in St. Augustine from 1577 and 78, was the first person of Jewish descent to live in what would become the United States. That's in St. Augustine, and it's 77 years prior to Jews arriving in New York, which, as I mentioned, was 1654.
Now we turn to the work of University of Colorado at Colorado Springs, Professor Roger Martinez. He has extensively studied the family called Carvajal. You may know some people named Carvajal. It's written like in the center there, Carvajal. There's a Portuguese variant. There are several variants to the name Carvajal. Happens to be a cork tree, but that's not so important. They were a very prominent family in an area called Extremadura, and they were powerful in their parish and exercised a lot of control over their the goings-on of the church, including the substantial property that was owned by the church. And they come in contact in the perhaps as early as 1391 with the family of Rabbi Solomon Halevi of Burgos. Now, Rabbi Solomon Halevi of Burgos converts himself to Christianity to hide from the violence that is taking place. Can you still see what I'm doing? Okay, yeah, okay, you can see? Okay, it's mine says something else. Nonetheless, Solomon Halevi of Burgos, a rabbi, a well-known rabbi, and respected, start my video, okay. There we go. Rabbi Halevi of Burgos converts to Christianity, is hiding his Jewishness, and takes the name Pablo or Paulo de Santa Maria, becomes the Santa Maria family. People say, what kind of name is that for a Jew? And we jokingly, and crossing cultures to the Ashkenazic world, say, if he chose the name Goldberg or Rappaport or Epstein, really wouldn't be hiding his Jewishness. So he becomes Santa Maria, and the Santa Maria family begins to grow and expand, intermarries with the Carvajal family, such that Professor Martinez points out that the families were so intermarried that by the year 1410, anyone who was a Carvajal can be considered to be descended from Jews. So if you know a Carvajal and they want to, we've tried this and had not much success, but send them to 123andMe or one of the, and you'll see that 20, 30, or 40% of their DNA is in fact Jewish. That will not make some people happy. And so we noted with interest that the Carvajals are Jewish, that there is here in this family tree, Antonio de Carvajal from New Spain. The problem is the age and the years do not quite fit, but there were other Antonio. This is Antonio Martinez Carvajal. There were other Carvajals, including the first endenizened Jew in England. The Jews had been expelled until the time of Cromwell, and the first Jew he had already been there, but the first Jew in England admitted after the expulsion of Edward I in 1290 was a Carvajal. Louis de Carvajal down here was the Viceroy of New Spain, of large part of Mexico, and was in prison, but could look out the window and see his sisters burned at the stake by the Inquisition for engaging in Jewish practices. So we have Carvajals who are here. Antonio Martinez Carvajal is here in St. Augustine. He's actually, we found him on a muster on one of those lists from 1565. Antonio Martinez Carvajal, Jewish, according to Professor Martinez, sets foot on this territory in September the 8th, 1565, and therefore becomes the first person of Jewish descent to set foot in what would become the United States of America. That's September the 8th, 1565. He's as much a student as anything else. Jonathan Sarna, now the Dean of American Jewish History, he was a student of Rader Marcus, and David Rader Marcus was fond of saying that when you find the first Jew in any given locale, there's always one before it. There's always seems to be one before it. I have a feeling by looking at his face that Bernie Eisenfeld knew that. That in fact, there's somebody before it, but we think that there was no Jew on what would become the United States, all 50 states, before August 28th, before September 8th, 1565. And that first one was our Carvajal. He was the harbor pilot. We have much correspondence from him to the king, basically asking to be reimbursed for his expenses in being the harbor pilot here. Here's a catalog, a card catalog. These are antiques in and of themselves, from the University of Florida. The AGI means Archives General of the Indies, and where it could be located, and speaks of Carvajal, but also mentions Pedro Luis de Paez. Pedro Luis de Paez is here in July of 1583, and Dr. Stanley Hortus, who at one time was the New Mexico state historian, Jewish. He began to hear stories of Hispanics and people. My grandparents didn't eat pork, or my great-grandmother used to go into the closet and light 2 candles on Friday night, or we always did the laundry on Fridays to have fresh clothes for Friday evening. We never ate on the 10th day after the new moon in the fall, that was Yom Kippur, and so on. So he kept hearing these stories, and he did a study, and he helped us find that this Pedro Luis de Paez was here in St. Augustine. We claim him, of course, he's Jewish. He was involved in the slave trade, I'm afraid, from Portugal, and then ultimately finds his way to New Mexico and is involved in slave trading there. But he is yet another Jew who was here in 1583, not 1565. And he brings his wife and at least 2 children that we know of as well. Our concern is, as we do this study, that we are caught up and influenced by La Leyenda Negra, the Black Legend. It was spread in the 16th century as anti-Catholic. It was also spread by the British, who were the enemies of Spain. And I said, these Spanish people really haven't made any important contribution. They're not important. We're not so interested in them, and we shouldn't be interested in them. And in fact, there are those who feel that this continues to influence our regard for Hispanics, may even have something to do with our disregard or unhappiness of some of us with what happens at the Mexico-U.S. border. So it's also ripped from the headlines. And there was an attempt to demonize those from the Spanish Empire. So nobody wants to deal with this. If you ask, of course, most American Jews what was the native language of the great-grandparents of American Jews, they'll all say Yiddish. They'll all say that everyone was Ashkenazic and that all of them ate bagels and lox on Sunday morning, when in fact a significant number of Sephardic Jews came in the early part of the Southern Jewish experience and were here, but people don't want to put much stock in that or much regard in it. So that has hindered our studies as people give us the back of their hand and think this is not serious, but there are just too many coincidences that point to the fact that there's a Jewish presence here in St. Augustine in 1565. We continue to search for evidence, so that we have not stopped, and new information has come to light that we hope to publish and share in presentations like these in the future. Each year, during the first week of September, we of the St. Augustine Jewish Historical Society, in order to tweak their noses, send a congratulatory letter to the Jews of New York City on the anniversary of the first Jews to come there to New Amsterdam in 1654, and remind them that they were here in 1565, that we're the big brother, they're the little sister, just to say, they're Jews. By the way, if you come and we have the time, I will take you to Jacksonville, to the old Jewish cemetery in Jacksonville, Florida, where there's a plaque that says, this is the oldest Jewish cemetery in the state of Florida, dating back to 1854. Then we'll get in our cars and drive down to St. Augustine, and I'll share with you the grave of Gershon Poznansky, who was buried there in 1840. So there were Jews. We would like to know who buried Gershon Poznansky. By the way, who happened to have been an itinerant peddler who was killed by Indians, it says on his gravestone in Hebrew, during Hanukkah in 1840. He was the brother of Gustavus Poznansky, the first Reform rabbi in the United States, in KKBE, is it, in Charleston, South Carolina. A lot of history here, but we believe the Southern Jewish experience began here in St. Augustine. So I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Shapiro. That was so informative.
Part 3. The Jewish Pirates of the Caribbean.
By 1610, the first legal settlement of Jews held their first services at the home of the pirate rabbi Samuel Palash.
Old pirates, yes, they rabbi. The opening line to Redemption Song.
According to Jewish cardiologist of Shine Emrani MD, Bob Marley had a Jewish father.
The next major phase of Jewish activity in Florida, and the so-called New World, came in the form of piracy. The Jewish people have historically grappled for control of vital trade routes, like the Silk Road, and the newly revived transatlantic shipping circuit was no exception. Let it be known that the Jewish people have engaged in piracy since the 1st century BC, and their Phoenician ancestors had essentially invented the industry itself during the Bronze Age, so the label of pirate is by no means slanderous. Jewish academics not only recognize their swashbuckling heritage, but even tend to celebrate it. The most legendary pirate in all of Floridian history, Jose Gaspar, born around 1756, for whom we have the holiday Gasparia, was probably a fictional character, but there is a good chance he was inspired by Gaspar da Gama, an earlier Jewish pirate. Hayreddin Barbosa, better known as Redbeard, born in 1478, may have been Jewish himself. evidenced by his Polish ancestry and the Star of David or hexagram on his flag. Beneath Redbeard served another world-famous pirate, Sinan Rais, nicknamed the Great Jew. Moses Cohen Henriquez was a Dutch Jewish pirate of Portuguese Sephardic descent who operated in the Caribbean and amassed $1 billion in today's money. The following comes to us from Jewish Pirates of the Caribbean by Jewish Jamaican historian Edward Kritzler. Quote, "Each New World colony had an underground community of Jews known only to one another and their brethren in the other colonies. Together, conversos in the New World dominated commerce. In the 16th century, when the known world doubled in size and international trade became big business, they established a trade network that spanned the globe. In Lima, Peru, the Inquisition reported, 'The city is thick with Jews. Everything goes through their hands, from brocade to sackcloth, diamonds to cumin seeds, to the most precious pearl and the vilest guinea black.' In Potosi, Bolivia, with its silver mountain, the Inquisitor reported the silver trade is almost exclusively in the hand of crypto-Jews. In Port Royal, Jamaica, English merchants protested, 'Descendants of the crucifiers of blessed Jesus, eat us and our children out of all trade.' They purchased the entire cargo of a trading ship, divide it according to paid shares, and distribute the goods through agents in each of the colonies. Piracy was another lucrative area of commerce in which these Jewish merchants specialized. Questions of morality did not apply. It was the normal business of every nation to license mercenaries to seize and rob enemy ships and share the proceeds. Changing one's name was a common practice among conversos, both men and women, when they came out as Jews. The emigrants had taken upon themselves the burden of Jewish survival and adopted the names of biblical heroes and patriarchs. They called themselves Moses, Abraham, Jacob, Isaac, Joseph, Benjamin. Their ships bore such names as Prophet Samuel, Beautiful Sarah, Prophet Daniel, Queen Esther, and King Solomon. A precedent for this unholy alliance was set by the fellow Sephardim in North Africa, who had assured their welcome among the Moors by profitably backing and sometimes leading the Barbary pirates. Sinan, Barbarossa's second in command, was referred to in crown correspondence with England's Henry VII as the Great Jewish Pirate, and the brothers Samuel and Joseph Palash would go from commanding pirates to founding Amsterdam's Jewish community." End quote.
Pirate rabbi. One of the most fascinating characters. It was Samuel Palash. He was a Barbary pirate, originally from North Africa. Goes back to the beginning of the 17th century. From Morocco, he sailed to Amsterdam, where he made a deal with William of Orange, saying, "I'll set up trade. Morocco and Amsterdam or Holland are both enemies of Spain. Why don't we band together against Spain, and I'll also set up a trade treaty with you. Of course, I want 10% of the action, and I'm willing to take a pirate crew to attack the Spanish shipping. In return, I want Holland or Amsterdam to allow Jews to legally settle here." By 1610, the first legal settlement of Jews were allowed in Amsterdam and held their first services at the home of the pirate rabbi Samuel Palash. By 1614, he is the president of Neve Shalom, which was the name of the community, but he's getting itchy. And he decides, enough with this teaching and being a rabbi. I want to go back to piracy. So he recruits a crew of sea beggars. Those were the Dutch pirates, along with some corsairs, which were the Moroccan pirates, and some fellow Jews. And he goes out, and he captures 2 Spanish ships. This is a guy who's in the 60s now. On his way back, he gets caught, or he runs into a storm and he gets caught. He has to put in at England, at Plymouth, and the Spanish ambassador says, arrest that man. He's a heretic, he's a pirate. And there's a trial. England, though, has no love for Spain, acquits him. He goes back to Holland. He soon dies a couple of years later. The interesting thing, or one of the interesting, he used to sail with the kosher chef. And on the front of his ship was a phoenix, which was like a statement that you can destroy individual Jews, but as a people will we rise again.
When you walk around, you will see every familiar name in Sephardic history. They all came to Jamaica, passed through Jamaica, or had relatives down here. For 150 years during the Spanish rule, Jamaica, this island that we think of as tourism capital, was a homeland for Jews avoiding the threat of the Inquisition. It was a haven in the New World. When the Inquisition finally did threaten, they got in touch with England, they conquered Jamaica, kicked out the Spanish, and allowed the so-called Portuguese to come out of the closet as Jews. What did the Jews do? They became the merchants of Port Royal. They had been trading here in the New World from the get-go for 150 years with other conversos, secret Jews in all the different colonies. So when it came to rob the ships, they knew who was shipping what to whom, and underground, in secret letters to their friends, what was the cargo, what was the route, and even indeed what the captain might have stashed in his cabin. They therefore were able to advise the buccaneers, sponsor them, and get first dibs on the booty. The Christian merchants weren't too happy with this. The English merchants came here. They didn't know from nothing about New World trade, and the Jews were running the whole thing. So in petition after petition after petition, they said, we don't want the Jews here. They have made of Port Royal their Goshen. We would be better off without them. They are the descendants of the crucifiers of our Lord Jesus. They take the food from our children. They are pernicious. They are this, they are that. And indeed, they have the effrontery to gang together to buy the entire cargo of a pirate ship and distribute it according to paid shares. How unjust of them. It gives you an idea of the influence. Back home in England, they said, leave the Jews there, they're making us the guilt. So the Jews stayed, and that's basically the story till 1692, when half of Port Royal slid beneath the sea, and the golden age of buccaneering was at an end. And here, we will walk around and see. But Rachel will tell us more about the story of these gravestones here, because she was responsible for cleaning up this area, which was entirely in bush. And through her, we've been able to find out the names and location of these Jews.
1692. 1692, my God. There's this crossbones. Oh, right.
You have a t-shirt, give it to me, and I can put this on.
Oh, okay. I'll see what I've got in the room. Thank you.
You have one? I actually have some of the material. I can do it.
Did you see any others with color court
Are
tone?
you doing a book tour?
I'm here in Nassau. This is the only Jewish site, Jewish presence. It's a big Gentile cemetery. This is Shirley Street. The corner is Lover's Lane. And there's few graves, not that many. Wow, somebody died in, this is really old, 1867. Yeah.
So, how did you come to write this?
When I went to Jamaica as a job, I was reading a book, a pirate's journal, of his first invasion of Jamaica in 1643, where he finds the capital deserted, except for some Hebrews of the Portuguese nation who came unto us seeking asylum and promising to show us where the Spaniards had hidden their gold.
Okay.
Portuguese Jews in a Spanish island seeking asylum from an English pirate? I didn't understand this. What was going on? That opened my idea, or opened the door to the fact that there were so many secret Jews in the New World disguised as Portuguese Christians. And then I found out that Jamaica had belonged to the family of Columbus, who provided a homeland, a haven in the New World for Jews on the run from the Inquisition. This took me by such surprise.
Jews running from the Inquisition?
Yes, remember, this was the 15th, 16th century when Jews had been kicked out of Spain under penalty of death if they remained, and the Inquisition was there to ensure or to protect the Catholic people.
Of course, yes.
Spain controlled the New World.
Yes.
It was a Spanish lake, the Caribbean, for many centuries. And the colonies, so the Spanish ships were going back and forth, carrying the riches of the New World to Spain. So by intercepting the Spanish ships, they cut this lifeline
between the New World
and Spain, which was, and brought down the empire, the Spanish Empire.
Okay.
Anyhow, one of their leaders becomes a famous pirate of himself, and that's Moses Cohen Enriquez, who, according to the Inquisition documents, Moses is nothing but a spy to learn when the Spanish Silver Fleet sails, and accompanied Pete Heim, the admiral, in the seizure of the Spanish Silver Fleet in 1628, which was the largest haul in piracy history, about $1 billion in today's currency. This financed Holland's reinvasion of Recife, and Moses, with his share of the booty or the plunder of his silver, set up his own pirate island off of Recife, named it Antonio Vaz, which was his Spanish name. So many of the original pioneers.
Pioneer pirates.
Well, not only pioneers, conquistadors, explorers, adventure merchants who set up a trade network that spanned the globe. They picked the title because of the commercial reason. Did it out of conviction, as the book says, revenge, to avenge themselves on those who would burn Jews and make themselves rich in the process.
Okay.
Most of these pioneers who, through guile and boldness and perseverance, established the rights that Jews in the West enjoy today. I have been able to identify those in Jamaica who then went to Barbados, who then went to the States, who were part of the 23 Jews who went up against Stuyvesant. They're the same people, they're the same family. This book goes into these personalities.
Okay.
Now I'd like to bring your attention to something very interesting that happened to me while recording my narration for this video. I put some Bob Marley on after taking a quick break to smoke some ganja, if you must know, and the first words I heard in his Jamaican accent were, "Old pirates, yes they rabbi," the opening line to Redemption Song. The lyrics read as, "Old pirates, yes they rob I," But given Jamaica's literal history of pirate rabbis, Bob might have been trying to tell us something. Go listen for yourself and tell me what you think. It really does sound like Bob Marley saying, "Old pirates, yes, they rabbi."
According to Jewish cardiologist of Shine Emrani MD, FACC, Bob Marley had a Jewish father, and it is that connection to his Jewish ancestry that inspired him to sing songs of returning to Zion and wear symbols like the chai, which means life in Hebrew. Interesting enough, his 6 grandchildren are Jewish Israeli, his son married to Persian Jew. Decades ago in Jamaica, Ellen Ann Broomfield, a Jewish girl of Syrian descent, married Albert Thomas Marley and gave birth to Norval Marley, who became a Marine officer and plantation overseer. At the age of 60, Norval married Cedella Editha Booker. Their child, Robert Nesta Marley, became a famous reggae artist known as Bob Marley. It is estimated that thousands of Jamaicans have Jewish roots.
Part 4. Indians or Israelites.
We were talking about that connection between the ancient Jewish traditions, Native American traditions.
Yeah.
That's what struck me as important and valuable. This ancient connection that we have was told to me by my mentor.
Having thus traced the Jewish presence in America back to its earliest so-called discovery, we ought to address the likelihood of an Israelite presence in pre-Columbian America. And to speak of the devil, it was Columbus himself who developed the opinion that the American Indians were in part descended from Israelites. That Christopher made a point of bringing Hebrew and Aramaic-speaking interpreters to the so-called New World is an established fact. He and the other earliest explorers regularly remarked on the seemingly Hebrew words and traditions of American Indians.
There's all kinds of, there must be 20 bizarre little cues in his own journals and writings and things like that, including somewhat fanciful Hebrew origins for the place names that he discovered in the New World.
There are 7 prevailing theories regarding a potential Israelite presence in pre-Columbian America, none of which are mutually exclusive, and they are listed as follows. Number 1. That as we have already exhibited, Jewish merchants and mariners were some of the earliest and most desperate visitors to the so-called New World, but that some of those voyages may have even predated Columbus. So grave was the danger of returning to Europe for some, yet the opportunities so plenty in America, that many Jews cut ties with the Old World altogether, and assumed the permanent disguise of American Indians, not to mention the multitude of Jews shipwrecked in the Americas, who really had no other choice. Number 2. That all human beings were descended from Adam, and later Noah, prior to the genetic isolation of the American Indian, and therefore share in an expected amount of prehistoric customs. Number 3. That Noah's Ark departed from America, not Eurasia, and thus similar artifacts and customs can be found on both sides of the Atlantic. As the great Floridian mystic John Saxer once said, people are like salmon. They transgenerationally return to their spawning point. Number 4. That from the sons of Noah, the black or Ethiopian race was descended from Ham, the white or European race was descended from Japheth, but the Asiatic race was descended from Shem. The line of Shem was historically believed to have included the Semitic people of the Levant and the Jewish people of Eastern Europe, but also the Native American races via the Bering Strait or otherwise. Number 5. That both the ancient Israelites and American Indians were in part descended from the Phoenicians, Egyptians, Atlanteans, or some other Proto-Semitic seafaring people prior to the Bronze Age collapse or an ancient cataclysm. Number 6. That some or all of the American Indians are in part descended from the Israelites of the Old Testament, specifically the 10 lost tribes who were split off after the conquest of the northern kingdom by the Assyrians in 721 BC. And, or, number 7, that as detailed by the Book of Mormon and Church of Latter-day Saints, a group of Israelites sailed from the Middle East to the Americas, probably the panhandle of Florida, around 600 BC, and therefrom assimilated into the present Native American populations. Such theories were discussed by Spanish writers in the 16th century, including Diego de Landa in his Relación de las Cosas de Yucatán, Relation of the Things of the Yucatan, written around 1566, and Diego Duran's History of the Indies of New Spain, 1581. The first work to address the theory systematically came in 1607, called The Origin of the Indians of the New World by Dominican Gregorio Garcia. Garcia argued based on supposed similarities in appearance, custom, including idolatry, and language, including the frequency of glottals, that the lost tribes of Israel traveled to the Americas alongside other migrations. The book also makes etymological arguments. For example, Garcia asserted that the Mex in Mexico was based on the Hebrew term Messiah. Garcia argued that circumcision was common among the indigenous peoples of the Americas, particularly in the Yucatan. Garcia suggested that the lost tribes must have reached the Americas from Eastern Asia, via what is now called the Bering Strait. In contrast, the French Archbishop Gilbert Genebard argued in 1587 that they traveled via Greenland. Diego Andrés Rocha also argued for the idea in his Tratado Único and Singular del Origen de los Indios in 1687, with claims that a broken Hebrew is spoken in Cuba and Jamaica. He argued that the Spanish first populated the Americas shortly after the flood, with the lost tribes coming much later, via the Bering Strait. More generally, the theory came to prominence in England and northwestern Europe in the 1650s, during a period of messianic millenarianism. Notably, it came to prominence in England during the rule of Oliver Cromwell. This occurred at a time when no Jews were officially living in England. A key early publication in England was Edward Winslow's The Glorious Progress of the Gospel Among the Indians in New England in 1649, which claimed some elements of Native American life followed Mosaic laws. The publication urged further action to convert Native Americans to Christianity. Another important work was written by Thomas Thorogood, called Jews in America, published in 1650, reissued in 1652 as Digitas Dei, New Discoveries. This presented a detailed defense of the theory, including a focus on supposed linguistic similarities with Hebrew and on the use of circumcision. He suggested the lost tribes had reached the Americas via the Bering Strait or thereabouts. The suffering of the Native Americans was explained as part of a divine plan for the Jews. Thorogood believed that, as members of the Jewish community, the Native Americans would be converted to Christianity to produce the Second Coming, thus providing a theological justification for the English colonial project in North America. Thorogood and Winslow shared millennialist beliefs. Hamon L'Estrange published a rebuttal of the theory in 1651 titled Americans Know Jews, which Thorogood also argued against in his 1660 work titled Jews in America, a new work despite the similarity in name to the 1650s work Jews in America. Antonio de Montesinos, a Portuguese convert from Judaism to Christianity, claimed to have met an indigenous tribe which spoke Hebrew and recited the Shema during his travels in New Granada. End quote. Now we turn to Native Americans and Jews, the Lost Tribes episode, from David Kaufman, a Jewish Canadian author and professor of history at York University in Toronto. Quote, in the 8th century BC, the Assyrians dispersed the kingdom of Israel, giving life and legend to the lost tribes. The repatriation of these lost tribes eventually became an integral part of the Jewish and Christian messianic dream, and there have been lost tribe speculations about numerous discovered populations. One of the most fascinating, and unfortunately forgotten, such discussions centered on the Native Americans. How did American Jews respond to this? Why and how did Jews credit or discredit it? What did these theories signify about American Jewish agendas and anxieties? One of the first books to suggest the Native American lost tribe theory was written by a Jew, the Dutch rabbi, scholar, and diplomat Manasseh ben Israel. In The Hope of Israel, from 1650, Ben Israel suggested that the discovery of the Native Americans, a surviving remnant of the Assyrian exile, was a sign heralding the Messianic era. Just 1 year later, Thomas Thorogood published his bestseller, Jews in America, or Probabilities that Those Indians Are Judaical, made more probable by some additionals to the former conjectures. The lost tribe idea found favor among early American notables, including Cotton Mather, the influential English minister, Elias Boudinot, the New Jersey lawyer who was one of the leaders of the American Revolution, and the Quaker leader, William Penn. End quote. The greatest contributor to the American Indian Israelite theory was James Robert Adair. Adair was a highly educated, Irish-born doctor, planter, traveler, and trader who spent 40 years living amongst various tribes of the American Southeast, including those of Florida, between 1735 and 1775. During this time, he fought alongside them in their wars and even took a Chickasaw woman for his wife. He is widely considered the greatest authority of his time regarding the culture and habits of Indians from the American Southeast. Amazingly, when it came time to compile his observations for the publication of his History of the American Indians, particularly those nations adjoining to the Mississippi, East and West Florida, Georgia, South and North Carolina, and Virginia in 1775, James Adair would dedicate the entire first half of his magnum opus to the first-hand observations which he felt evidenced the Hebrew descent of Indians in the American Southeast. The work is too long to read from in full, but we will read from an introductory summary and then briefly enumerate his many evidences. If you'd like to read it in full, the PDF is available online at archive.org. Quote, from the most exact observations I could make in the long time I traded among the American Indians, I was forced to believe them lineally descended from the Israelites, either while they were a maritime power or soon after the general captivity. The latter, however, is the most probable. This descent I shall endeavor to prove from their religious rites, civil and martial customs, their marriages, funeral ceremonies, manners, language, tradition, and a variety of particulars, which will at the same time make the reader thoroughly acquainted with nations, of which it may be said to this day, very little have been known. End quote. Argument number 1, their division into tribes and clans. Number 2, their worship of Jehovah or Yod-Heh-Wah. Number 3, their notions of a theocracy or divine governance. Number 4, their beliefs in the ministration of angels. Number 5, their language and dialects. Number 6, their manner of counting time. Number 7, their prophets and high priests or shamans and medicine men. Number 8, their festivals, fasts, and religious rites, especially the green corn ceremony. The phrase green ears of corn was used twice in the book of Leviticus. Number 9, their daily sacrifice. Number 10, their ablution and anointing. Number 11, their laws of uncleanliness, including menstrual isolation. Number 12, their abstinence from unclean things. For example, Native Americans did not have pigs, but they showed great disdain for the possum, and the two animals would actually come to share a name. Number 13. Their marriages, divorces, and punishment of adultery still retain a strong likeness to the Jewish laws and customs in these points. Number 14. Their several punishments and cruel disposition. Number 15. Their cities of refuge for manslayers. Number 16. Their purifications and ceremonies preparatory to war. Number 17. Their ornaments. Number 18. Their manner of curing the sick. Number 19. Their burial of the dead and collection of the bones. Number 20. Their mourning for the dead. Number 21. Their raising seed to a deceased brother. Number 22. Their choice of names adapted to their circumstances and times. Number 23. Their own traditions, the accounts of our English writers, and the testimonies which the Spanish and other authors have given concerning the primitive inhabitants of Peru and Mexico.
Adair was secretly Jewish, even though he big, brawny man and looked like, he could go in for those Scottish log rolling contests or something with a red beard. He was a typical Scottish Jew, and a lot of them were. He reported on a lot of Jewish practices. They had their version of Yom Kippur, and they had their version of Sukkot. Adair even thought that they played the melody of Kol Nidra. I was born in Georgia, in the heart of the old Cherokee nation, and my mother was a double descendant of the last Grand Chief of the Cherokee people. That's Chief Black Fox. Turns out I'm a Jewish Indian, so we're members of the synagogue now. Just like my name, Yates, they say, oh well, that's Anglo-Saxon, isn't it? No, it's not. It's an anagram in Hebrew for Ger Zedek. It's the same name as Getz. In fact, Black Fox was not even Cherokee. He was Choctaw and half white. And the half of him that was white was a Scottish crypto-Jew. Chief Black Fox was called by the U.S. government the Cherokee King. I'm descended from 3 of his daughters who married Scottish Jews, essentially. So what's the daughter of a king? A princess. Well, the Indian princess was a Jewish princess. She was a Jewish American princess, one of the first. And I discovered the original Cherokee origin narrative, which was recited at every Green Corn Festival. All the young people were made to learn it in the olden days. And the first words of it is, when we came from beyond the great waters. And it was the story of the Cherokee migration across the Pacific Ocean. So, that began to tell me that the Cherokee have a lot to them that people are not aware of, and that's certainly true. They didn't come from Siberia or across some land bridge from Asia. They came from Europe. I remember I had a blog. Cherokees came from East Mediterranean and spoke Greek. Oh, the wrath of God descended on me. People, they thought I was a complete kook, but it's true. And then later I got into the DNA, and their DNA, sure enough, is from the same area too. Cherokee DNA Studies 2, more real people who proved the geneticists wrong. The skinny on that is really the Indians came from Europe. Their mitochondrial types are all Old World from Europe. Appalachian Mountains means the White Mountains in Egyptian. Essentially, they originated as Greeks and Egyptians and Libyan Jews in the 3rd century BCE. So they spoke Greek. Most of the Jews came from Cyrene or Libya or Elephantine, which was a Jewish fortress on the frontier. And they were very, very much prized by the Egyptians for their military prowess. You know, they knew about America back then. There were no dumb bunnies. And so she organized a fleet of about 14 ships that left the port on the Red Sea in Egypt. And they sailed to cross the Indian Ocean, and they took the northern route, and they established the international date line, which is essentially where it still is, 180 degrees away from Alexandria, Egypt. And they landed in Peru and left a inscription on a rock face claiming the whole land for Ptolemy III. So the Jews were kind of fellow travelers with the sea peoples. Phoenician really meant someone who was a rich merchant or trader and dealt in luxury goods. But there were others before them, like the Minoans of Crete. You know, you could call all these people sea people. Phoenician, you know, the bird rises from the ashes, and that became the national symbol for the Cherokee people, so that tells you something. And the Cherokee had 7 major clans, and one of them was the Paint Clan. Well, that's the Phoenicians, because that was their real name, the Paint People, you know, because they controlled the dye, the purple dye, which was one of the luxury goods of the ancient world. The Bat Creek stone is in square Hebrew capitals, and it says a comet for Judah. It was found in a mound, an Indian mound. This was a burial from the 2nd century of the Common Era. There were 11 people around him. What does that sound like? Yeah. Sounds like a minion, doesn't it? And all this was done by the Smithsonian. And Cyrus Gordon thought that these were survivors of the Bar Kokhba revolt of the 2nd century. And they are said in rabbinical literature to have gone first to Cyrene or Libya, and then to Spain, and then further west. Well, what's further west? America. There's a famous valley in North Carolina, Toe River Valley, which is famous for its gems and its gemstone mining. And it was developed essentially by Jews. When the English went there, they got chased off by men with beards. Around 1750, most Cherokees had beards, and in 1730, 7 of them were brought over to meet King George, and lo and behold, they have Jewish sidelocks, you know, payot. Wow. So it's kind of amazing, and once you discover it, you say, well, how is this overlooked, you know? Sequoyah himself had a Jewish father, Nathaniel Gist. The Gists were English Jews, and George Washington knew them. His statue is in the Capitol building in the Rotunda. The inventor of the Cherokee syllabary, no, that's not true. The Cherokee syllabary has existed for over 2,000 years, and it's an ancient alphabet. That doesn't go over too well because people like to cherish their myths, you know. And I doubt whether that statue in Washington will ever admit that he was half Jewish, you know. Wow. I don't quite see that happening.
We resume from David Kaufman with My Jewish Learning. Quote, in a 1799 Thanksgiving Day sermon, prominent doctor of divinity Abiel Abbott told his congregation in Massachusetts, "It has often been remarked that the people of the United States came nearer to a parallel with ancient Israel than any other nation upon the globe. Hence, our American Israel is a term frequently used, and common consent allows it, apt and proper. Even Epaphras Jones, an American Bible professor, engaged the theory in 1831, claiming that anyone conversant with European Jews and the Aborigines of America will perceive a great likeness in color, features, hair, aptness to cunning, dispositions for roving, and so on. A curious incident that drew considerable attention and proved, at least to some, that Native Americans had ancient Israelite origins, unfolded when tefillin, or phylacteries, were discovered in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, in the early 19th century. Their discoverer wrote that this forms another link in the evidence by which our Indians are identified with the ancient Jews, who were scattered upon the face of the globe, and to this day remain a living monument to verify and establish the eternal truths of Scripture. Around the time of the Pittsfield Tefillin incident, Mordecai Manuel Noah, the journalist, playwright, politician, and Jewish American statesman, began spilling ink about the subject. Noah wrote a play, She Would Be a Soldier, or The Plains of Chippewa, in 1819, that resolved the tension between the Yankees and the British by identifying the Indian Great Spirit with the God of the Bible. Noah's ideas about Jewish native affinities grew in a distinctly political matter when he invited Native Americans to help settle Ararat, the separatist Jewish colony he hoped to establish on Grand Island on the Niagara River around 1825. Noah's writings on Jewish natives came to their full expression with his Discourse on the Evidences of the American Indians Being the Descendants of the Lost Tribes of Israel in 1837. The work documented a host of theological, linguistic, ritual, dietary, and political parallels between Jews and Native Americans. Most importantly, he identified several essential character traits shared by the two peoples, all of which, of course, highly laudable. For Noah, the conflation of Indians and Jews sanctioned the latter as divinely ordained Americans. Another notable Jewish-Indian incident occurred in 1860, when stones hewn with Hebrew inscriptions were found near Newark, Ohio. The story unfolded over the course of many months and was followed closely by the Israelite, the Occident, and the Jewish Messenger, whose respective editors represented the intellectual vanguard of American Jewry. Isaac Mayer Wise, the leader of the Reform movement in America, employed philological proofs to undermine the stone's authenticity. He rejected any connections between Jews and Native Americans, though it's notable that he bothered to engage the story at all. Isaac Visor, a traditionalist, sided in favor of the Lost Tribes theory. Reviewing the relics in question, the Occident, Visor's newspaper, concluded, quote, "The sons of Jacob were walking on the soil of Ohio many centuries before the birth of Columbus," end quote. Though Adair's 1775 book is still regarded as a foundational account of Native American culture, Adair's theories, and others, pertaining to American Israelites were largely swept under the rug by mainstream academics in the following centuries for obvious political reasons, owing to the popular opinion that Joseph Smith, the founder of Mormonism, or the Church of Latter-day Saints, was inspired by Adair's many evidences. For those unaware, it is taught in the Book of Mormon that ancient Israelites sailed in the Americas around 500 years before the birth of Christ, after tracing the 31st degree northern parallel across the Atlantic from Jerusalem or the Tigris and Euphrates. The American government was coincidentally engaged in armed struggles with the Mormon Church and Florida Indians during the early to mid-1800s, and any version of human history which validated the Mormon faith or increased sympathy for Native Americans would simply not be welcomed. While some areas of Mormon history are easily ridiculed, There is great archaeological and linguistic evidence to show for an ancient Israelite, Phoenician, or Greek visitation of the southeast United States. Believe it or not, the motion picture industry has long tipped its hat to the American Israelite theory, and most of you should know by now that Hollywood often leaves breadcrumbs of truth in their productions. One of the very first motion pictures ever recorded was a dance performed by Sioux men from Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West show in 1894, captured with the help of Thomas Edison. As the film industry developed, Hollywood would actually strike a habit of casting Jewish actors in the roles of American Indians. Let us here name but a few of the most prominent ones. In 1950, Jewish American actor Jeff Chandler portrayed the legendary Apache chief Cochise in Broken Arrow. His birth name was Ira Grossel. The Yiddish-speaking Burt Lancaster played the role of an American Indian in both 1951 and 1954. Canadian actor Jay Silverheels, who played the role of Tonto in The Lone Ranger from 1956 onward, was both Iroquois and Jewish. His birth name was Harold John Smith. In 1963, Jewish American actor Ed Ames played the role of Chief Bromden in The One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest on Broadway. In 1967, Ames portrayed Chief Mingo in Daniel Boone. His birth name was Edmund Dantes Urich. In 1970, Jewish American actor Dustin Hoffman played the role of a boy raised by Native Americans in Little Big Man. In 1974, Mel Brooks played a Yiddish-speaking Indian chief in Blazing Saddles, which seems to be a parody of the American Israelite theory. His birth name was Melvin Kaminsky. In 2009, a documentary was released by Cree filmmaker Neil Diamond, bearing the same name as the famous Jewish singer, entitled Real Injun, which addressed Hollywood's practice of casting Jews as Native Americans. When Europeans first arrived in the Americas, there were multiple Indian nations or language groups inhabiting what would become the state of Florida. Just as the Israelites anointed themselves with oil from the olive or palm, especially after bathing, the Florida Indians made ample use of oil from the bear, sunflower, alligator, or palm. For many tribes it was a daily practice, and the high priests made even greater use of it, as with the Israelites. From Jekyll Island to Tampa Bay dwelled the Timucua, a race of extraordinarily tall Indians who chanted the sacred name of Yod-Heh-Wah and displayed many of the Hebrew traditions enumerated by James Adair. Like the Jews, they traced descent matrilineally. Just as the high priests of the Israelites were said to have worn a jeweled breastplate made of gold, their Floridian counterparts were adorned with metal breastplates and ample jewelry. The Timucua people and their ancestors left behind particularly impressive copper breastplates. Solid gold breastplates were, however, left behind by the Inca and their predecessors. In 1982, an 8,000-plus-year-old bog burial containing no less than 168 people was discovered near Titusville, Florida, well within the territory of the Timucua or their ancestors. When DNA testing was conducted by Dr. Joseph Lorenz with the Colonial Institute for Medical Research, using intact brain matter from 5 individuals, the specimens actually yielded unexpected results. Quote, "When I sequenced larger fragments, and I was looking for the sites that I know are characteristic of Native American haplogroups, I was surprised because I did not find them. I went back to the screen and I looked at the sequences again. The first person's DNA, it looked European. And when I looked at the second one, it looked European. When I looked at the third, fourth, and fifth, they were slightly different from the first two, but they looked European. End quote. The genetic markers in question were that of the rare and mysterious haplogroup X, prevalent in Semitic people of the Levant, but also found in certain Native American populations, perhaps indicating a pre-Columbian, transatlantic contact with ancient Israelites. The fact that most of the Wendover burials had their feet to the east and head to the west is also in line with the Hebraic tradition. The Wendover bog site has also been used as evidence by the Church of Latter-day Saints, which may be why we never heard much about it from the mainstream media.
In 1934, they're planting some hedges, a row of hedges on Nombre de Dios. They dig a hole and come across human remains. They immediately stop and call the Smithsonian Institution. People from the Smithsonian come and uncover a great deal of human remains. You'll find the details of their work on the website of the Museum of the Natural History of Florida. It happens to be on the campus or just off the campus of the University of Florida in Gainesville. And it will explain that there's some confusion. There's one set of graves where the people were buried in such a way that their feet faced the altar of the chapel that was built on the property. And that is so that when Jesus returns, the second coming takes place, they would rise out of their graves, their feet, and they're facing the cross on the chapel, and they would all go to the cross on the chapel. But another substantial set of graves was found at the very same site, in which all of the people in that area were buried with their feet facing towards the east. Now, that was a puzzle, and it is still listed as a puzzle. And we have asked, didn't anybody Jewish read any of this stuff? The truth of the matter is that we as Jews bury our dead with their feet facing towards Israel and facing towards Jerusalem, so that when the Messiah comes, they come out of their grave and they'll be able to travel directly to Jerusalem. So now, all of these remains are Native Americans. But we need to remember that the people who came here in 1565, when the Jewish life in the South began, the people who came here fully believed, as did Christopher Columbus, and as does the Mormon Church even today, that the Native Americans were the 10 lost tribes of Israel. So they thought they were Jewish, and we suspect buried them in a Jewish manner. And by digging up these graves, by doing archaeological studies of these grave sites, we have uncovered yet another iffy clue that not the people who were buried there, but whoever was responsible for burying them and their orientation may have been that the person who was responsible for burying them may have had that Jewish experience somehow or another.
A large portion of the Florida Panhandle, including Florida's present-day capital city, Tallahassee, was home to the Appalachian Indians. They spoke a Muskogean language and were particularly warlike. As with the Israelites, they too traced descent matrilineally. Both Tallahassee and Jerusalem sit on a place with 7 hills, and roughly share a latitude with each other. One of Spain's earliest successful missionary outposts, Mission San Luis, was built there in 1656. This site had already been home to the largest known council house in all of the southeast United States, capable of housing up to 3,000 people at a time. We ought to note that these missionaries found great success by means of syncretism with the existing native religion, especially concerning the Old Testament. The following comes to us from Richard Thornton, an architect and city planner of both Creek and Yulee descent. Quote, I first became aware of the prevalence of Jewish DNA in Cherokees 10 years ago when working with Marilyn Ray on the translation of Charles de Rochefort's book, then the publication of 2 books, the Appalachian Chronicles plus Nodarok and the Bohurons. Marilyn had a Scottish family name and grew up very close to where I formerly lived in the Shenandoah Valley. Yet, Maryland was a direct descendant of the last hereditary principal chief of the Cherokees, known as Pathkiller. Marilyn and her daughter took DNA tests. She only had a trace of Native American ancestry, and it was Florida Appalachia, which some believe to relate to the southern Arawak. Yet, she had twice the Sephardic Jewish DNA markers of her former husband, who was a practicing Sephardic Jew. She had no known Jewish ancestor since Pathkiller. That means that Principal Chief Pathkiller was basically a Jewish man who had a great-grandfather who was captured in Florida on one of the many slave raids made by the Cherokees down there during the early 1700s. The Cherokee elite knew that they were Jewish, and so only intermarried amongst themselves. Many descendants of the famous Van family in Oklahoma have no Native American DNA. That means the Vans of the late 1700s and early 1800s were Scottish Jews pretending to be Native Americans. It was a similar situation among late colonial period Creeks. After the Appalachian Kingdom collapsed around 1700 AD, the Bemarin family took control. The Bemarins were called Brim by British colonists. Bemarin is a French Sephardic Jewish family name. Bemarin family members or their descendants furnished all the principal chiefs until the Trail of Tears. The men were given Hebrew names such as Malachi and David. Both Creek Miko, William McIntosh, and his good friend, Cherokee Principal Chief Charles Hicks, were 1/4 Jewish. McIntosh's mother, Senoia, had a medieval Hebrew name. It was derived from the name of the Sephardic angel, Senoi, who watched over young children. His name was often carved on cradles. End quote. The territory which the Appalachians and their predecessors inhabited is remarkable for its ceremonial earthworks. Two of Florida's largest and tallest surviving pyramidal platform mounds can both be found in the outskirts of Tallahassee. Letchworth Love Mound is Florida's tallest, standing 51 feet high, though it was originally much taller. It is 300 feet in diameter at the base, or roughly 2/5 that of the Great Pyramid at Giza. The Lake Jackson site, only a short distance away, features 7 mounds, the tallest of which measures 36 feet high, 272 feet by 312 feet at the base, originally much taller. Here were found a number of skillfully smithed copper artifacts and breastplates. Both of these sites roughly share a latitude with the Great Pyramid of Giza. It has often been asked by those interested in the ancient world why there are no pyramids or megalithic structures to be found in America, north of Mexico, that is. Despite many American Indians being masterful metallurgists, jewelers, trackers, traders, boat builders, astrologers, and astronomers, mainstream academics have drawn their own racist conclusions, such as the notion that American Indians were too stupid or indolent to stack stones on top of each other. To the contrary, those familiar with the Old Testament can make perfect sense of such an absence. In the book of Exodus, we find the most satisfactory explanation yet as to why Indians of the present-day United States did not craft stone pyramids or megalithic wonders. Chapter 20, verse 24 through 26 reads as follows, quote, "An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings, and thy peace offerings, thy sheep, and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, for if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon." End quote. Not many are aware that earthen mounds nearly identical to those left behind in the eastern United States were constructed in Israel during ancient times. The following comes to us from Mounds of Mystery, where the kings of Judah were lamented, by Gabriel Barquet, a professor at Israel's Bar Ilan University, and a member of the Biblical Archaeological Society. Quote, "At the beginning of the 20th century, when Jerusalem, still centered around its ancient core, was surrounded by agricultural land and orchards, 20 mysterious earth and stone mounds rose above the city's western horizon, clearly visible from afar. Today, several of them have disappeared, flattened by excavation or by the development of new neighborhoods. But these enigmatic man-made mounds have mystified archaeologists since they were first noticed in the 1870s. Each of these tumuli, artificial, truncated, cone-shaped mounds, marks the place where crowds of ancient Judahites gathered to commemorate the death of one of the kings of Judah in the 10th to 7th centuries BC, and each of them served as a memorial mound. It is interesting that there are 19 or 20 of these mounds. Between Kings David and Zedekiah, the last king of the house of David, there were 21 kings. Even if some of the kings were not honored with a memorial mound, as the Book of Chronicles says with regard to Jehoram, or even if some other high official was honored in this way, the number of mounds more or less fits with the number of kings of Judah." End quote. The southeasternmost corner of Florida, where the largely Jewish metropolis of Miami is presently located, was the domain of the Tequesta. These Indians largely shared a language with the Calusa and Miami, their neighbors to the west and north, which may be related to the Tunica language. Would you believe me if I told you the word Miami actually bears the same meaning in Hebrew as it does these native Floridian languages? Miami, Florida takes its name from the tribe of Indians called the Miami, meaning big water in their native language. Likewise did Miami, Ohio, take its name from another tribe called the Miami, which translates to downstream people. Both of these tribes resided along the largest lakes in their respective areas. It should not surprise us to find out that the Hebrew word mayam means water, and the word mi translates to who, which could mean a person's identity. Together, the Hebrew mayam, meaning water, and mi, meaning who, is nearly identical in meaning to the American Indian word Miami, meaning people of the water. Like the ancient Israelites, the Tequesta largely subsisted off of a flat and unleavened bread, though theirs was made from the native kunti plant. Aside from kunti and readily available fruits, they practiced little to no agriculture, getting most of their food from the sea. But when it comes to their seafood, we find another peculiarity linking the Tequesta to ancient Israelites. Quote, "Despite their local abundance, clams, oysters, and conchs were only a minor part of Tequesta diet. Their shells are much less common at Tequesta archaeological sites than they are at Calusa or Hagwa sites." End quote. For those unaware, most other tribes in Florida heavily relied on shellfish for sustenance, owing to its extreme abundance and nutritional value. For a coastal people like the Tequesta to restrict this food from their diet in a place like Miami, it could only have been the result of religious superstition. Consumption of the non-kosher lobster and trunkfish were also minimized, for no apparent reason. It was sea creatures with both fins and scales that the Tequesta skillfully fished for the bulk of their meat. This preference is very much in line with the laws of Moses, as the 11th chapter of Leviticus tells us that, quote, "These shall ye eat of all that are in the waters, whatsoever hath fins and scales in the waters, in the seas, and in the rivers, them shall ye eat, and all that have not fins and scales in the seas, and in the rivers, of all that move in the waters, and of any living thing which is in the waters, They shall be even an abomination unto you. Ye shall not eat of their flesh, but ye shall have their carcasses in abomination. Whatsoever hath no fins nor scales in the water, that shall be an abomination unto you." End quote. In the minds of many, both Jewish and Gentile, circumcision is the most critical marker of Judaism, for Abraham himself became the world's first Jew only after becoming circumcised. In my 10 years of researching the hidden history of America, I have introduced and debated the American Indian Israelite theory with dozens and dozens of people, and do so to this day. Among them have been average Joes, Jewish residents of Florida, and even a few rabbis. Many times have I been met with variations of the same retort of, quote, "Only if the American Indians practiced circumcision could I believe such a theory. Otherwise all these links could merely be coincidences." Hence have I had the privilege of informing many people that Christopher Columbus himself reported encountering circumcised Amerindians. The reality is that most people have never sought this information out for themselves, and although it is remarked upon by mainstream academics, it is certainly not taught in history class. According to early Spanish accounts, and a document entitled Male Circumcision from the World Health Organization, the Aztec and Maya also practiced circumcision for thousands of years. The following comes to us from The History of Circumcision by Italian doctor Peter C. Remondino in regards to circumcision among Florindians. Quote, "Grotins and Arias Montan at one time advanced the idea that the western coast of South America was peopled by some mutinous sailors from the fleets of King Solomon, who, in their endeavor to go away far enough to be out of reach, were driven by winds and chance to the Peruvian coast. Others have imagined that some of the lost tribes of Israel found their way eastward to the Americas by way of China to the Mexican coast. The same ideal tradition has made the lost tribes the fathers of the Iroquois nation in the northeastern parts of the United States. Pierre de Angleria and other contemporary writers are as emphatic in asserting that in the island of Cozumel in Yucatan, on the seaboard of the Gulf of Mexico, and on the Florida coast, they have observed circumcision by the complete removal of the prepuce with a stone knife. The Spanish monk Gumilla relates that the Saliva Indians of the Orinoco circumcised their infants on the 8th day." End quote. The following comes to us from A Star in the West by Elias Boudinot. Quote, "The Indians to the eastward say that, previous to the white man coming into their country, their ancestors were in the habit of using circumcision, but latterly, not being able to assign any reason for so strange a practice, their young people insisted on its being abolished. Dr. Beatty says, in his journal of a visit he paid to the Indians on the Ohio about 50 years ago, that an old Indian informed him that an old uncle of his who died about the year 1728 related to him several customs and traditions of former times, and among others, that circumcision was practiced among the Indians long ago, but their young men, making a mock of it, brought it into disrepute, and so it came to be discontinued." End quote. The most prevalent and commonly known tribe of Indians associated with Florida would have to be the Seminole. Though their ancient ancestors inhabited Florida for thousands of years, the Seminole tribe of Florida, as we know them today, did not take form until the 1700s. When Britain acquired Florida from Spain in 1763, the peninsula's various Indian nations were dwindling greatly, so Muskogee-speaking Creek Indians from Georgia and Alabama began to migrate southward. These newer arrivals would mix in with the few surviving Timucua, Appalachee, Calusa, Tequesta, and others to form the present-day Seminole Indians. Let it be known that most of the seemingly Jewish tribes described in James Adair's 1775 History of the American Indians would also contribute individuals to the Seminole tribe. Regardless of whether one denies the ancient American Israelite theory, the Seminole Indians of Florida are the tribe which bears the most links to ancient Israelites and modern-day Judaism. Between 1513 and 1821, the Spanish had made an attempt at converting the entire Indian population of La Florida to Catholicism, typically via Jesuit-ran missions. Some tribes adopted Catholicism, but the Indians who resisted, ran away, or avoided missionaries altogether were given the title of Cimarron, meaning wild, untamed, unruly, or fugitive. The Spanish word cimarron originated in the 1520s as a term applied to runaway slaves and runaway livestock, especially in the Caribbean. Although the Spanish may have adopted it from the indigenous Taino word cimarron, meaning wild, savage, or gone astray. Regardless of its origin, the Muskogee word Simano Li was then coined and used by the Indians to describe themselves, from which we get the English word Seminole. However, the word Seminole bears the same phonetic root, semi, as does the word Semitic. The ole, or ole, in Seminole is merely a Latin American suffix. Think Creole, guacamole, Coca-Cola, etc. The tic in Semitic is a suffix used on words of Greek origin. With the regional suffixes aside, we are left with the same word. The word Seminole also has another meaning, as in a seminal undertaking, meaning first or beginning, and this is a title that the Jewish people would also proudly claim on biblical grounds. Then there is the affinity between the words cimarron, cimarron, and maroon with marrano, the derogatory Spanish term meaning pig, used as a title for Jews who converted during the Inquisition. This word also saw great use in Florida during that period, as indicated earlier. Just as marrano meant pig, cimarron meant runaway livestock, specifically the ram. The ram and pig are by far the two animals most identifiable with Judaism. It was Abraham, the father of Judaism, that spared his son by sacrificing a ram instead. Then there is the lamb of Passover. And, as most people know, observant Jews do not eat the pig. There is no denying that Jews, Indians, and Maroons banded together to form groups like the Seminoles. There is only the matter of revealing how far back that exchange existed. Take, for example, the openly Jewish Maroons found in places like the Caribbean. Such a link could merely be a coincidence if it were not substantiated by overwhelming evidence. In 1896, a friend of the Florida Indians, Minnie Moore Wilson, released her work entitled The Seminoles of Florida, detailing the history and lifestyle of that tribe. Wilson was born in Pennsylvania in 1859, but settled near Kissimmee, Florida, around 1890, from then on living in close proximity to a band of Seminole Indians, and to a large degree, dwelling among them. She and her husband were some of the tribe's earliest advocates and played a huge role in the granting of their rights and reservations. As with James Adair and his southeastern Indians, Wilson was the greatest authority of her time regarding Seminole culture, and with that expertise, also firmly believed that they were at least in part descended from the original Israelites of the Old Testament. Unlike the largely naked tribes which the Spanish encountered when they first arrived in the early 1500s, the Seminole Indians of Florida were always impeccably dressed. Let us now list the sartorial links between Semitic people and the Seminoles. Instead of bear and buckskins, Seminole men dressed in vests, tunics, skirts, and stockings. I have had the privilege of showing many people photographs of Seminole Indians for the very first time, to which many of them remark, "Are those really Native Americans? They look Mediterranean, Middle Eastern, or South Asian." Just as modern-day Jews wear the strimal, hoicha, casket, and fez, the Seminole Indian had an array of nearly identical headwear. And for those with a room temperature IQ, rushing to the comment section to say, only certain Jews wear those hats, or those hats are a recent addition to Judaism, or even only fake Jews wear those hats, I would point you to the ancient depictions of Sumerian ruler Gudea, circa 2100 BC, for clarification on the Strimel's inspiration. As Minnie Moore Wilson puts it, quote, "In the headdress of the Florida Indians, oriental in its effect, one quickly recognizes a perfect imitation of that as worn in 1800 BC, as shown in the statue from Tel Lo, showing an early Akkadian type. Passing through the realms of history, covering a period of 3,000 years, in 1563, we find Lemoyne's delineations of the turban, now worn by the Seminole chieftains. Likewise might the dress of old Tallahassee, in his chieftain regalia, be mistaken for the costume of the patriarchs in the days of the pharaohs, when the long tunic embraced by the brightly embroidered sash, with its heavily tasseled belt, made a picturesque attire. The tribal men usually had a scalp lock on an otherwise shaved head, with a porcupine roach worn occasionally. The Seminoles' manner of wearing their hair offers another firm link to Hebraic tradition. In the 27th verse of the 19th chapter of Leviticus, God instructs the Israelites to, quote, "not cut the hair at the sides of your head." Thus have young Jewish men across the world historically worn their hair in various types of locks. The most prevalent of these would have to be the peyot donned by Hasidic, Haredi, Yemenite, and Chardal Jews. Chinese Jews typically wore a lock at the crown of the head. In the Muskogee, Creek, and Cherokee-descended Indians, such as the Seminole, the young men have historically shaved their hair into locks at the temples, ears, and/or crest of the head. This tradition faded with time, but these paintings and photographs serve to prove such a fact. Unlike most American Indians, Seminole men are also capable of growing substantial facial hair. Such a trait is not generally found among Bering Strait Native Americans. When the Spanish first arrived in the 1500s, the tribes they encountered in Florida were largely tattooed. The Seminole Indians, however, were not known to use any tattoos. It has been theorized that the Seminoles gave up this tradition shortly before the advent of photography, but it also brings to mind the 28th verse in the 19th chapter of Leviticus. Quote, "Do not cut your bodies for the dead, or put tattoo marks on yourselves. I am the Lord." Quote, "Relationship to the Aztecs and Eastern tribes. Yahweh, Yahweh." Today, the antiquarian may lay aside his musty parchments of antiquity, and in the heart of the Big Everglades, study the history of an ancient people through living authors. Yahweh, Yahweh, Yehovah, Yehovah. Monotone, yet rhythmical, the brown-faced singers chanted the hymn. Over and over again were the words repeated by the Seminole choir, till the word Yahweh, mystical with the centuries past, dwelt with the listener. None but a Hebrew scholar would have caught the word with an understanding of its meaning. The occasion was a 4th of July celebration, when the Reverend William Crane Gray was visiting the Seminole mission at Immokalee, situated near the western border of the Florida Everglades. The Indians, full of confidence and kindly feeling, had consented to sign, and here appeared the wonderful, yes, startling, observation made by Bishop Gray. Yahweh is the Hebrew word meaning Jehovah, a word held in such awe by the children of Israel, and as claimed by scholars, too sacred to pass the lips of man, that even its correct pronunciation is unknown. Today, In the weird fastness of the Everglades, a band of wild Indians chant the name of the great Jehovah in the Hebrew tongue, a name that is meaningless in its original form to thousands of educated Americans. When questioned by Bishop Gray as to the meaning of the sacred word, the Indian answered, "God, white man's God." The question now appeals to the scientist, to the antiquarian, and to the theologian. From whence came the Seminoles' knowledge of the word? From its use in the depth of the Everglades, one may work back to the prehistoric ruined temples of Mexico and Yucatan, so similar to those of Egypt, and thus may find in Seminole speech a language link to connect the New World with the Old. In this single word, as verified by Bishop Gray, the keynote to the history and origin of the North American Indian. With his conception of the deity, he reverences the name of the Great Spirit, and "Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain" he venerates, as did the Hebrews in the days of Moses. With such reverence is Osceola regarded by the remnants of the Seminole tribe today, that the name given to him when he was accepted as a chieftain by the nation is guarded so jealously that they refuse to reveal it to any white man who may disclose it, treating it much as the Israelites did the name of Jehovah, too sacred to pass the lips of an alien race. Leviticus. Not the least startling, after 34 centuries, do we find the Seminoles observing the rigid laws of health as laid down to the children of Israel after the Exodus. With reference to the preservation of health, we find in the Scriptures that those affected by disease were separated from the tribe, and as health returned, we read, Leviticus chapter 15, verse 13, "Then shall he number himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in running water, and be clean." Verse 7, "And whosoever toucheth the flesh of him shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening." Note the following. On a recent visit to the Seminole camps, and after receiving a warm welcome from the squaws and pickaninnies of former acquaintances, a solitary figure was observed, sitting in a small detached wigwam. Approaching for the purpose of shaking hands, from all sides came gesticulations and dissenting tones from the squaws, and feeling that the woman was a prisoner, or taking some kind of punishment, we passed on. During a visit of the 3 days at the camps, the squaw was kept aloof from the band, receiving all necessary attention with the kindliest spirit, but fulfilling the law of Moses, as recorded in Leviticus chapter 15, verse 19. When a woman has her regular flow of blood, the impurity of her monthly period will last 7 days, and anyone who touches her will be unclean till evening. The same laws hold good among the Seminoles today. Marriage laws are held sacred, but divorces are permitted where some incompatibility of temper is found. This is done after the manner of the old Jews, quote, "out of mercy to the woman." Either party may marry again, but the marriage must meet with the approval of the leaders of the band. We will pause here to summarize. The Seminole method of dealing with sickness, a woman's period, and marriage are all the same as prescribed in Leviticus, as observed by the ancient Israelites, an undeniable Semitic connection. We resume. Taking up the question of land tenure, one sees the similarity between the Everglades Indians and that of the ancient tribes. their tribal organization being a socialistic and communistic order. It is not their policy to encourage individual land holdings. Socialism finds its greatest example among the Seminoles, and they realize freedom in a greater degree than can possibly be found in any community governed by man-made laws. Those who know some of the habits of the Florida Seminoles are cognizant of the fact that they will not eat the green corn until the second day of the annual feast. On a visit to the camps, old Chief Tallahassee was invited to join his white friends at dinner, and as he was offered a roasting ear, he said, "Me not eat green corn, shot ke ta, green corn dance, eat plenty," pointing to a small patch of corn from which the ears had been stripped. He said, "Squaws eat corn plenty, men no eat." And as we read Leviticus chapter 23, verse 14, the thought comes, is the law, though divested of part of its meaning, being fulfilled today by a band of wild Indians? Quote, "And ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears, until the selfsame day ye brought an offering to the Lord." End quote. Another link is a feast day, which seems to correspond in its rites to the Day of Atonement on old Jewish days. It is of peculiarly solemn character and takes place in cycles. The sacredness attached to the assembling of the band prevents little insights from the outside world. With only an oral tradition, with their unwritten but priceless history of an ancient race, with the white men daily encroaching on their last domain, the time for studying this primitive people in their purity will soon be over. And of their customs and usages, where is the Oedipus at this day, shall solve the riddle of their origin. In the authority of the medicine men, one recognizes a similarity to the priests of the ancient East, as well as the doctrines laid down by the Aztecs. The festivals observed by the Florida Indians show teachings centuries old, blending the peculiarities of different races, the carnival of the Romans with the Jewish feasts of Moses' day, and the mystic link of the Aztec Jubilee. End quote. The earliest known use of the English word Seminole referred to a band of Indians led by the Oconee chief named Ahaya, or Cowkeeper. He is somewhat of a mythical hero for the Seminole. The word Ahaya is also a significant title in Hebrew, roughly translating to I am that I am, or I am the I am, as the Lord uttered to Moses in Exodus 3:14. But it could also mean, I create existence. It is an alternate pronunciation of Yahweh and the Tetragrammaton, according to the Paleo-Hebrew Dictionary. As far as the nickname Cowkeeper goes, the first Hebrew letter in the word Ahaya is also used to symbolize the ox. From the age of Taurus onward, the cow has been used as a symbol for the Creator, whether Moses liked it or not. This group, led by Ahaya, settled in Florida around 1750 near Payne's Prairie, in what was then known as Tierra de la Chua, or Land of the Chua. The name A la Chua was formed from the Spanish words A la Chua, then used as the name for the largest ranch in 17th century Florida, Hacienda de la Chua. The word Chua is of unknown origin. However, Some say chua was an Indian word meaning big jug or sinkhole, but it would be irresponsible of us to ignore its affinity with words like Jew, Judah, and Judua. The word chua is nearly identical to the Balearic word shua, meaning salted pork, from which the crypto-Jews of Majorca and Minorca received the title Jueta. Many of these Chuetas would actually settle in Florida with the Scottish Turnbull colony as early as 1766.
In the Old Testament, the word shua was used in the second verse of the 38th chapter of Genesis. Quote, "And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua, and he took her, and went in unto her."
Ahiah had 2 sons that succeeded him as chiefs of the Alachua Seminoles. First there was King Pain, who died in 1812, and then there was Bolek, who died in 1819. The name Bolek is also a Hebrew word meaning to lay waste, and the Seminole warriors which bore the name Bolek, from whom the Bolegs dynasty was descended, certainly fit that description. Bolek was succeeded by another seemingly Hebrew-named chief, Micanopy, who died in 1849. Micanopy took his name from the Seminole word Miko, meaning chief. In Hebrew, however, the name Miko holds the similar meaning of he who is like God. It is from the same root that we get words like Miccosukee and the city of Micco, Florida. When early Jewish settler Moses Elias Levy founded a city in Florida to be a, quote, Jewish utopia in 1829, he not only chose Alachua County, but even named the settlement Micanopy in honor of that chief. Keep this in mind as it will be discussed at length shortly. Some of the same areas which the Seminole Indians would settle in as reservations, like Broward County, Collier County, Tampa Bay, Dade County, and Palm Beach County, would also go on to host substantial Jewish populations right up until this day. Regarding some of the more modern Jewish stereotypes, it suffices to say that since ancient times, Jews have been associated with financial savvy. In this regard also, the Seminole Indians are exceptional. The tribe began profiting immensely off of their tobacco tax exemption in the 1970s, and then began hosting high-stakes bingo, largely attended by retired Jews. From there they opened a number of casinos, and today the tribe is valued at over $12 billion. It has been reported by Forbes that every man, woman, and child in the tribe receives bi-weekly dividend payments totaling about $128,000 a year. In 2007, the Seminole Indians of Florida purchased the entire Hard Rock Cafe chain for $965 million, which they operate to this day. Growing up in Boca Raton, Florida, I can verify that collecting rock star memorabilia is a thoroughly Jewish pastime. The Hard Rock Cafe was indeed originally founded by a Jewish man, Peter Morton. The tribal casinos also offer sports betting both online and in person. When it comes to Jewish Americans feeling at home in journalism and the media, we also ought to note that the Seminole Tribune was the first indigenous peoples newspaper to win the Robert F. Kennedy Journalism Award and be nominated for a Pulitzer Prize.
Thing that people don't understand because it doesn't exist in the world outside the Jewish story. And you're exactly right in the following sense. There's never been a dead people that came back to life and then went home again.
Yes.
Right? I mean, this doesn't happen. And I mean, this is something that I learned actually not from Jews, but spending many, many hours in conversation over the last, 20, 25 years with people like Faisal Husseini and Yasser Arafat. I mean, I won't go into each conversation, but here's the thing. It's many Palestinian leaders understand the conflict in the Middle East not as the conflict between the cowboys, the Jews, and the Indians, the Palestinians, but the Jews, the Indians, and the Arabs, the cowboys.
Like if the Indians won.
In the following sense, what happened in the Middle East. This is, by the way, this is not a political commentary about what should actually be done to lead to a fair and equitable solution to the challenge here. But what happened is the equivalent of the Seminoles sitting in Oklahoma or wherever they are today, scattered around the United States, Seminoles coming together and deciding that they're going back to Florida, and going back in such numbers and telling the whites and Hispanics and blacks of Florida, oh, by the way, we're home and we'd like a state and we'd like to take over Florida. The people of Florida would probably say to them, you haven't been here in 200 years. What are you talking about? This isn't your home. And the Seminoles say, actually, it is our home. This is where our people are buried. This is the center of our religion. This is where we were expelled from. That doesn't happen. And people need to understand this. What's happened is, it's really interesting, just from an analytical perspective, that as Israel has become more and more powerful as a country, and every year it becomes more powerful, it becomes bigger, it becomes more military powerful, economically powerful, it's lost more and more control of its own narrative. The narrative is of an indigenous people coming home to its homeland, and to some degree, to a large degree, to some degree, willing to share that homeland, or at least parts of that homeland, with the people who moved in after. Right? But they lost total control of that narrative, because the people who were opposed to Israel's existence have very, very powerful and clever narratives as well. So we need, in order to understand what's going on historically, you need to understand history. And I always wanted to do this exercise. I haven't done this exercise, but I would love to give very smart people a blank sheet of paper and an hour and say, write down the history of Israel. Jews, non-Jews, Americans, whoever, and just write down what you think happened. What's the story here? I think we would be prepared to be shocked, but we would still be shocked by what people don't know about this. And you can't. I mentioned this to Barry before, but I have a friend who's a former Pakistani ambassador to the United States, who said that America is a remarkable place because it's the only country in which the expression "that's history" means that's irrelevant. So it is completely natural that the people of Florida would say to the Seminoles, who are walking back 200 years after the Trail of Tears, coming back to Florida, say, what the hell? What do you mean? You don't live here. You haven't been here. Your father wasn't here. Your grandfather, your great-grandmother. Nobody was here. You can't claim this as your own. But that's because we don't really understand and privilege historical memory, among other things. So anyway, that's a long spiel, but it goes to the sort of the heart of one of the things that you're getting at.
That was awesome. I love that. Yeah.
Hello?
Joseph.
Yes.
Howdy. Ready to go.
Okay, I'm with you.
So, last time we talked, or maybe the time before that, I remember you mentioned 2 stories in particular. Maybe you have some more, I don't know, but...
Because what we were talking about, they're not conclusively, but that connection between the ancient Jewish traditions, Native American traditions.
Yeah.
That's what struck me as important and valuable. So the first story was told to me by my mentor, Rabbi Zalman Schachter Shlomi. Zalman was the famous rabbi, is no longer with us. He was the wisdom chair at Europa and the father of Reform Judaism. And many years ago, he was doing a program, I think it was in Canada, if I'm not mistaken, and he had a practice of getting up very early in the morning, and he wanted to go outside. He went up to the rooftop. They had to climb up a ladder. And when he got up there, there was a Native American chief who was up there, was on the same program as he was living. They happened to be in the same hotel. And the Native American, I don't remember his name, unfortunately, looked at Zalman wearing phylacteries, tefillin as they're called, and looked at the leather straps and They admired the leather straps and the knots on his prayer shawl, and said to Zalman, "These are noble knots." And those knots, by the way, represent God in the Jewish tradition of our relationship to God. And then Zalman had a shofar with him, which you blow for during the Jewish holidays, which was basically used to gather the community when there were signs of danger, when they needed to bring them together for whatever reason. And that was the shofar, which is the ram's horn.
Right.
So, and they were, they were admiring each other's ritual paraphernalia, so to speak, for lack of a better word, ritual articles. And Zalman thought that there was this ancient connection, and my sense of it was that we both come from agrarian cultures, deeply rooted. We have great respect for animals, and in Judaism, when we slaughter an animal, we do ritual slaughter. A shochet, or a ritual slaughter, does it. He says a prayer. It has to be a fine knife of a certain order in order to respect the animal. So there's all these connections of respect for animal life. And when we kill an animal, we recognize the sacredness of that. And so I always thought about this ancient connection that we have in one form or another. And then a number of years ago, I was at the VA. I work at the VA, as you know, as a chaplain, as a rabbi. And I was asked to determine if we have a lot of Native American patients. So I had a colleague who was a PA, or a nurse practitioner, and he was very engaged in Native American practices, rituals. His wife was Native American. And we looked over the list. It wasn't a particularly large list, but we found that at least half of those veterans identify themselves as Jewish. And that always struck me as odd and interesting.
So it was Native American veterans who were identifying as Jewish?
Yeah, about half of them. Again, it wasn't a large list, but I still found that very mind-blowing, actually.
Wow.
And I thought, wow, this is really amazing. And then I met, through the same friend, someone who was visiting, I don't remember what tribe he was with, but he was a healer in the Native American tradition. And he told me that he was married, his wife was Jewish. So we got to talking about all this, and I felt and still feel that there is this ancient connection between Judaism, the ancient forms of Judaism, and the ancient traditions of Native Americans. Now, are those connections organic, meaning to say that they're so deeply rooted that you can sense that these are powerful, deep traditions that could coincidentally or otherwise have some great similarities? Or is it something even deeper than that we're not aware of? But that basically is the question in my mind. But in any case, there are these connections, and there are these sharing of ideals and rituals that I think I think are very powerful and very beautiful.
Wow. Well said.
Thank you. And that's it. That's what I have to share with you.
The Israelis are dancing and singing people, whether grouped at campfires at night, in the cafes of Haifa, or at the beaches of Tel Aviv. We find song as a part of the Israelis' life. Hey harmonica is a pure expression of such joy. Hey harmonica.
Part 5. Colonial Florida and the Seminole Wars.
David Levy Yulee, the first U.S. Senator from Florida and the first U.S. Senator of Jewish heritage in American history.
He abruptly abandoned many of his businesses and set his focus toward the establishment of a New Jerusalem in Florida, of all places.
At some point, every Jew must live in Florida. It's in the Torah. It's in the Torah.
Pensacola, Florida, though not a large Jewish population today, was home to the first recorded, openly practicing Jewish residents in the state. During the 1760s, Jewish merchants even flocked to Pensacola.
Jews could not live in Florida as Jews until 1763. That is when the Treaty of Paris was signed following the French and Indian War, and in this treaty, Spain ceded Florida to Britain, and people other than Catholics could finally settle here, including Jews. These 1765 Pensacola minutes reflect the names of 3 Sephardic Jews who arrived in Pensacola in 1763. Alexander Solomons, Joseph D. Palacios, and Samuel Israel bought property and stores and did business with the British and others, selling wood and dry goods. In 1822, a Jewish girl, Virginia Myers, was born in Pensacola, the earliest recorded Jewish birth I could find.
Isaac Monsanto, a Sephardic financier, slave trader, and Louisiana government official of the infamous Monsanto family, also settled in Pensacola after being expelled from New Orleans in 1769. This is the same Monsanto family responsible for genetically modifying crops and producing controversial chemicals. Between 1968 and 1974, the company sponsored the PGA Tour event in Pensacola, Florida, which was renamed the Monsanto Open. Pensacola saw an influx of Jews in 1822, when Florida became a United States territory. The 1850s saw another wave of Jews to the city, this time from Central Europe. Jewish men from Pensacola would go on to serve in the Seminole Wars and American Civil War. In 1874, Florida's first chapter of the B'nai B'rith opened in Pensacola. In 1876, Temple Beth El was established, making it the first Jewish congregation in the state. Born in 1782, Moses Eliyahu Levi Yulee belonged to an elite Sephardic family who served as court officials and advisors to the sultans of Morocco. After emigrating from Gibraltar to the West Indies, he became a major arms, timber, and slave trader. His family held office in England, and in his dealings with the Spanish, Levi was personally exempted from the Inquisition, allowing him to engage in unregulated commerce among many hostile territories. Moses Levi would partner with his first cousin, Philip Benjamin, the father of Judah Benjamin, to form the trading firm Levi, Benjamin, and Robles. Around 1816, in the midst of a troubled marriage, Moses Levi is said to have had a, quote, spiritual epiphany, or vision regarding the future of Judaism and the Jewish people. He abruptly abandoned many of his businesses and set his focus toward the establishment of a, quote, Jewish utopia, or New Jerusalem, in Florida, of all places. After having a divorce uncharacteristically granted by the King of Denmark, Moses Levi teamed up with Frederick S. Warburg of the infamous Venetian, German, and Jewish Warburg banking family, and made his way to the New Zion in Florida.
There was a man named Moses Levi Yulee who heard about some property in Florida, and he came and he bought acreage around Micanopy, Gainesville. If he would have held on to his real estate, he would have owned Disney today. But anyway, here's a man who was originally from Spain and went to Morocco, and to Spanish Morocco, and then goes to Gibraltar, comes to St. Thomas, hears about this deal going on in Cuba, and ends up buying land in America.
We do know that 200 years ago, 26 years before Florida's statehood, which was in 1845, one Jew took advantage of the development opportunities. In 1820, a year before Florida became a U.S. territory, Moroccan-born Moses Levi began purchasing 100,000 acres, a huge spread, from Gainesville south to Sanford and west to Tampa Bay. Levi formed the Florida Association, the first development corporation in Florida. His attorney was Alexander Hamilton Jr., who at that time was the U.S. Attorney for East Florida. Moses Levi, the most important person in early Florida Jewish history, built his 1,000-acre pilgrimage plantation just south of Gainesville, on the northeastern rim of what is now Levy Lake in Alachua County. No photo exists of Levi, only this drawing of his house, which was created by Chris Monaco based on Levi's writings. Pilgrimage was a fully functioning plantation that lasted from 1822 to 1835. Its main commodity was sugarcane, which Levi had reintroduced to Florida. It was intended as a refuge for oppressed European Jews to become farmers in a communitarian settlement, the first on U.S. soil. Felix Warburg, yes, that Felix Warburg of the famous German banking family, was his recruiting agent in Europe. At least 5 German Jewish families lived here, including Warburg. Lake Warburg at the University of Florida is named for him. Moses Levi was Florida's first education commissioner, an advocate of public schools, and instrumental in establishing Florida's first free public school in St. Augustine. He was also a vigorous advocate for the gradual abolition of slavery and the humane treatment of enslaved people. Moses Levi was the father of David Levi Yulee, the first U.S. Senator from Florida and the first U.S. Senator of Jewish heritage in American history.
In total, Levi owned well over 100,000 acres in Florida, across present-day Alachua, Columbia, and Marion counties. He likely chose these areas due to the fact that they share latitudes with significant places in Israel. But any number of links between American Indians and ancient Israelites listed herein could have been a factor.
What on earth are you doing here?
I'm living here.
In Florida?
At some point, every Jew must live in Florida. It's in the Torah. It's in the Torah.
Wow.
Despite being a slaveholder for the majority and tail end of his life, Moses Levy is often remembered as a father of the abolitionist movement, owing to the release of a book entitled A Plan for the Abolition of Slavery in 1828. However, few historians mention the fact that the book was released anonymously, and he may have had nothing to do with it. Some of the solutions to slavery attributed to Moses Levy included diverting Celtic prisoners to America instead of Australia, and even promoting the intermarriage of blacks and whites to the point that racial distinction would become futile. The latter agenda would not apply to the Jewish people, of course, whose racial purity Levy regularly stressed. The settlers at his pilgrimage plantation, as it was known, maintained relatively positive relations with Chief Micanopy and the Seminole Indians in the early years. Town members named the community in an early gesture towards the chief, and a fruitful trading relationship developed between Pilgrimage Plantation and Pelak Lakaha. Also known as Abraham's Town, Pelak Lakaha was once the largest black Seminole village in Florida, run by a former enslaved worker who acted as advisor to Chief Micanopy. Despite early trade, several run-ins with the tribes scared off some settlers. Most of the people who actually lived and worked at Levy's religiously motivated pilgrimage plantation were black slaves, traded or seized from Seminole Indians. Unsurprisingly, Moses Levy was also an early crusader of so-called gender equality.
This is 54 years after Florida Jews settled in Florida. Then came the Seminole Wars. Pilgrimage, his plantation, was destroyed at the beginning of the Second Seminole War in 1835.
54 years after the first Jews settled in Florida, they participated in the Seminole Wars. The Seminole Wars was a conflict between the United States and the Seminole Indians. The United States government wanted to get rid of the Seminole Indians. There were basically three conflicts. The main one that we're talking about is the Second Seminole War that broke out in 1835. And in that war, we had a quartermaster, Abraham Charles Myers. He was a West Point graduate, 1833, and he was sent into Florida to get involved with the war on the west coast of Florida.
Myers was instrumental in supplying the military. The upshot of it was ultimately a fort was set up on the west coast of Florida, and we now know it as Fort Myers.
Uriah Phillips Levy participated as a commandant of the USS Vandalia during the Seminole Wars, and he was primarily noted for being anti-flogging.
And so on his ship, when he became captain, he abolished flogging and keel hauling, and the Navy saw the results of his crew and how they turned to and how they actually performed, and ultimately they banned all military corporal punishment from the Navy. He had a flared temper. If anybody came up and made any derogatory remarks about being a Jew or being Jewish, first thing he'd do is throw his fists.
He was court-martialed 6 times and dismissed twice from the Navy, but then reinstated by President Tyler because at the Court of Inquiry it was found that the dismissals were not valid. They were based on anti-Semitism.
Moses Levy's first attempt at a Jewish utopia, or New Jerusalem, was actually in present-day Seminole County, Florida. He sold that original plantation site to Joseph Finnegan, the Irishman who would later command all of the Confederate forces in Florida during the Civil War. Finnegan then sold it to Henry Sanford in 1868, and Sanford built there a city, which today is the seat of Seminole County. As mentioned earlier, the word Chua, from which we get the name for Alachua County, may be synonymous with Jew. The 52,900 acres purchased there by Moses Levy in 1822 encompassed the present-day site for the University of Florida at Gainesville. In 1865, the area saw the arrival of its first Jewish residents, Moses and Matilda Endel. By 1871, there were 24 Jews living in Gainesville. Lesser-known early Jewish enclaves popped up in Gadsden County, such as the Altschul Plantation, one of the largest in modern times, at 1,200 to 1,400 acres. There is little to no information about it online, only photographs, but the name Altschul is a Jewish name meaning Old Synagogue. It likely belonged to a member of the Jewish Anglo-Altschul banking family, involved with Goldman Sachs and Lehman Brothers. The oldest continually inhabited settlement in the United States is St. Augustine, Florida, founded in 1565.
The largest mass arrest of rabbis in U.S. history took place on July the 18th, 1964, when 16 rabbis were here at the request of Martin Luther King. A lot of history here.
As the saying goes, every 1,000-mile journey begins with the first step. This development is merely the first step in a long journey toward freedom and justice in St. Augustine.
By the way, St. Augustine has a Jewish history, very important in the 1840s. The first Jew to sit in the U.S. Senate, David Yulee, lived and studied for the bar here in St. Augustine.
There have only been 2 Jewish senators from Florida. First was Yulee, and the second was Richard Stone, who served from 1975 to 1980. David moved to Pilgrimage at the age of 17 to help his father, Moses Levy, run the operation. Then he apprenticed with a lawyer in Tallahassee. There were no law schools at that time. You had to apprentice. And then was admitted to the bar in 1836 and got involved in politics. Florida became the 27th state in 1845 with the leadership of David Levy Yulee. He helped draft Florida's Constitution and worked hard for statehood. He faced anti-Semitism in the United States Senate. Vice President John Quincy Adams kept referring to him as that alien Jew delegate from Florida, even though he had gone through citizenship proceedings twice. He served as senator until secession of Florida from the Union and served in a Union prison for 1 year. Yulee was the family's ancestral name from Morocco, a name he added to Levy when he went to Washington. David Levy Yulee was important both in politics and the economy. In 1861, he formed Florida Railroad Company, the first cross-state rail system that went from Fernandina to Cedar Key. Goods arriving from Florida could be shipped across the state for the first time instead of going around Key West. The railroad operated for 80 years. The town of Yulee near Jacksonville and the Yulee Sugar Mill at Homosassa on the West Coast are among the places named for him. In my book, you will find an interesting story about Confederate gold hidden at another of Yulee's plantations, Cottonwood, and also a defense about his conversion. The evidence is that he died a Jew. During World War II, there was a U.S. Liberty ship named for him. Moses Levy's plantation was destroyed at the start of the Second Seminole War in 1835.
Key West saw its first recorded Jewish presence as early as 1823, with Levi Charles Harvey, a Jewish sailing master, as part of the West Indies Squadron under command of Commodore David Porter of the United States Navy. The squadron was there to recapture the pirates who were using Key West as one of their launching points to attack the very successful Caribbean trade routes. Many of those pirates themselves were probably Jewish. In 1857, a Jewish peddler named Max White happened upon Key West in his travels from New York to Tampa. During the Spanish-American War, Jewish families who escaped from Cuba often arrived at the shores of Key West.
Jews in Florida have, from the beginning, made a living in retail and wholesale goods. First as peddlers, then the peddlers transitioned into mom and pop stores around 130 years ago.
Your latest book is called The Jews of Key West, Smugglers, Cigar Makers, and Revolutionaries.
Jews have thrived in this climate since the 1820s. Even where they have been forgotten, or where anonymity was essential to their survival, Jews have shaped the island we know today. Their history is the history of Key West. Jews headed many of the smuggling networks that emerged. To the migrants whose lives were saved and families restored, these criminal organizations served a humanitarian purpose. A migrant who followed this route later told his story under the fictitious name Louis Kurland. "We lay in the boat like herring in a barrel," Kurland said. "It was very hot, and the heat from our bodies made it hotter. I am ready to go to hell if I have to. It cannot be any worse than that day in the boat." The cigar industry is one of the more, popular components of Key West history, and it's always told as a Cuban story. It's certainly a big Cuban story, but actually, in fact, the cigar industry in Key West was pioneered by Jewish manufacturers, particularly a guy named Samuel Seidenberg, who capitalized on a tariff structure that made it financially advantageous to produce cigars domestically in the United States rather than on the island of Cuba. Louis Fine was a Lithuanian Jewish immigrant, and he was was a catalyst for the community. He was not an ordained rabbi, but he was the de facto rabbi for the community. This is the place that brings you the furthest back in time as far as a physical place you can visit. The cemetery was established in the 1890s, and then in the first decade of the 1900s, Louis Fine and others purchased a wood frame building and established the first formal synagogue. There's a restaurant there today called Sarah Beth's, and B'nai Zion is the temple that continues in Key West today on United Street. Into this thriving, multicultural, multilingual community of Key West in the late 19th century comes a very pivotal figure in Cuban history, Jose Marti, who was the one to kind of successfully crystallize the decades-long struggle for Cuban independence. Jews like Louis Fine, they lent their support to the cause. He carried this family legacy of his family having been persecuted by the Spanish during the Inquisition. What surprised me is how much that story and others had disappeared even from oral history in Key West.
Hi, so I'm in Key West, Florida, and there's a naval base here, and out at sea is the southernmost point of the whole of America. This is it. Now, if we look over here, there is a buoy or a buoy, and lots of people queuing up to have their photo. They're saying, this is the southernmost point of America. However, further south than this buoy is a menorah. So this is officially the southernmost menorah in the whole of America. Happy Hanukkah! Happy Hanukkah, everyone! Not a lot of response. Happy holidays.
The Moses Levy family is no longer Jewish. So who is the longest continuing Jewish family in Florida? The answer, the family of Polish Jews, Abraham and Rosalie Dolinsky, who came with their family to America in the 1840s.
Go back to the first Jews that began trickling into Jacksonville was the late 1840s, but the first documented Jew was Philip Dolinsky. And he came here in 1850, and after he saved up enough money, he sent to his family in Prussia to have them brought over here, which was his mother and father and 8 brothers and sisters, and one of those brothers was Morris Dolinsky.
Is this the gentleman?
That is Philip Dolinsky. He married, and they had one son, which was the first documented birth of a Jew in Jacksonville, and that is George Dolinsky.
Is this George?
That is George, and he was born in 1857. Now, there are a lot of descendants of George still here in Jacksonville. It was also the year of the yellow fever epidemic, and many people died. And not having a cemetery in Jacksonville, we had to take Moses Sephardi up to Charleston, South Carolina to be buried, which prompted the Jews of Jacksonville to seek property for proper burial. And the city donated to the trustees of the Hebrew Benevolent Society a portion of Old City Cemetery, which became the Jewish cemetery. There are 39 people buried there, including 7 Confederate soldiers. This cemetery is the oldest Jewish cemetery in the state of Florida.
Florida's first Jewish organization was this cemetery here in Jacksonville in 1857. 7 Confederate veterans are buried in this cemetery. In 1880, there were 130 Jews here, well integrated into the business, social, professional, and cultural life of the city. And it was time to start a congregation, a Haveth Hesed, founded in 1882.
Now, the brother of Philip is Morris Dolinsky, and this is a name that has become more prominent in the city of Jacksonville. He fought in the Civil War for the Confederates, and after the war, he became prominent in politics, holding a number of political offices. In 1881, he was elected mayor. His first action to order city Sunday blue laws was strictly enforced. That's Morris Dolinsky. He was later reelected in 1882 and one of the 4 founding directors of the Jacksonville Board of Trade. He helped organize the volunteer fire department as well as one of the city's oldest baseball teams. He was elected municipal judge in 1895 and until his death in 1907. His body reposed in the city council chambers in the city hall, surrounded by an immense number of flowers. And conspicuous was the flag of the Confederacy, of which he was a brave and gallant soldier. He was Jacksonville's only Jewish mayor.
Gertrude Jelinski Corbett is probably Florida's first female lawyer admitted to the bar. In 1867, local Jews began to hold religious services in the home of merchant Charles Slager. 3 years later, an estimated 23 Jewish families lived in Jacksonville. During the 1880s, Yiddish-speaking Jewish immigrants from Russia and Romania arrived in Jacksonville, primarily working in La Villa.
In spite of not being wanted in Florida, Jews have contributed hugely to the history, development, and fun facts of the Sunshine State. There were many firsts by Floridian Jews, like the first Miss Florida in 1885, who was another daughter of Helena and Robert Williams, and she's by this time a 3rd-generation Floridian Jew. 120 years later came another Jewish Miss Florida, also from Jacksonville, Mari Walensky, in 2005. Her family has a long history here in Jacksonville. On the right is the shop of her great-grandfather in 1905, who was the first optician in Jacksonville. With about 175 years of Jewish history, Jacksonville can boast of having 6, 7, and 8 generations, and today has a Jewish population of about 13,000.
The earliest record of a Jew in Tallahassee is 1837, when Confederate officer Raphael Jacob Moses opened a store before becoming a lawyer and moving to Apalachicola. By 1860, Tallahassee had at least 15 Jewish residents, according to the American Israelite. Sam Wanish was the son of the tobacco planter Alfred Wanish, who was later elected as the first Jewish mayor of Tallahassee. He had come to Tallahassee from Casablanca in the 1880s.
Helena Dolinsky married Robert Williams, a Jew who served in the Civil War and then became a cotton plantation owner in Tallahassee. Did you know Jews were cotton plantation owners? They had 5 daughters, and this is the most remarkable thing I could find, that they all married Jews. This is in the 1800s in Florida. Truly remarkable, with so few Jews in the mid-19th century, and a statement of their adherence to tradition.
Jewish history in present-day Citrus County dates to the mid-19th century, when David Levi Yulee, the son of Moses, owned a large sugar plantation near the subsequent site of Homosassa. The next known Jewish settlers in the area were Philip Reuben and his family, who moved to Crystal River from Daytona Beach in 1929. Reuben owned a furniture store and served 3 terms as the mayor of Crystal River. The family returned to Daytona Beach in 1937. Around 1960, tire tycoon Sam Kellner purchased 3,500 acres of land in Citrus County. Within a few years, Kellner began to develop the former cattle land, selling simple, single-story homes to retirees from the urban north, especially New York and Detroit. Kellner named his new venture Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills was among the first retirement-oriented planned communities in Central Florida. As of 2024, the Tampa Bay area has a Jewish population of about 50,000. Jews in Tampa and the surrounding region date back to the early statehood of Florida. When Florida became the 27th state in 1845, one Jewish woman was operating perhaps the first citrus grove in Hillsborough County.
Emmeline Miley settled near Tampa in 1844, a year before Florida became a state. Again, I want to remind you, this is 70 years before any Jews are on Miami Beach. At age 18, immigrant Emmeline married William Miley only after he agreed to sell his slaves. They cleared land, built a log cabin, and planted the area's first orange grove. Emmeline survived many Indian attacks, raised 12 children, and after William's death, expanded the groves herself. She was buried there in 1907, and today there is a Miley Road in tribute to her pioneering spirit.
Her citrus grove continued to operate for nearly a century under the name Miley Grove.
In 1888, due to the persecution of Jews in Romania, the Ripa family became part of a chain migration to Key West. From there, they moved their cigar factory to Ybor City to produce their own brand. Tobacco and cigars are a large part of the Florida Jewish story. Most cigar factories were in Key West in the 1880s, then moved to Ybor City, which is the old part of Tampa, in 1891. In the book, I tell you why. This factory and label belonged to the oldest family-owned cigar maker in the United States, now into the 4th generation, and is the last cigar factory in Tampa today that had once 150 factories in Ybor City, many owned by Jews. Note the beautiful cigar label with the Mogen David necklace. This brand is sold in 80 countries.
Max and Fischel White first came to Tampa in 1858, opening a gentleman's furnishing store on Washington and Marion Streets. Charles Slager, a devoted member of the Republican Party, came to Tampa after the Civil War and was elected postmaster in 1871. During the Reconstruction years, he also served as sheriff, tax collector, and school board. By 1920, Tampa's Jewish population was the 2nd largest in the state.
And very important to the cruise and shipping industries are the harbor pilots in Florida's ports. Carolyn Kurtz was Florida's first female harbor pilot. For nearly 20 years, Carolyn has brought ships into the port of Tampa. From the pilot boat, you see the pilot boat on the lower right. She snugs up to these immense incoming vessels, jumps to the ship's dangling rope ladder, and climbs up 30 feet. Can you imagine doing this in a high wind? Then she takes control of the ship from the captain, telling the crew how to make it safely through Tampa Bay's 42-mile channel, which is the state's longest channel. Preventing collisions and groundings requires familiarity with the coastline, weather and tides, as well as various ships' propulsion systems, rudders, radar, GPS, and hull designs. Absolutely amazing. Ybor City, founded in 1886, has been transformed from the days when Romanian, Russian, and German Jewish immigrants arrived with their merchandising skills. More than 80 Jewish businesses are listed here in Ybor City. The info came from old city directories, but not always totally accurate. And 1903 is the oldest the library had that I could find. What remains are some storefronts and signs that represent the impact of this group of people on the history of Ybor City. Romanian Isidore Konitz was attracted to Ybor City when it became a center of growth with Henry Plant's South Florida Railroad in 1884. He named his store Sombrero Blanco because it means white hat, for all the Cubans there. This was his second store in 1903 and the first brick building in Ybor City. Many Jews were pioneers in large Florida department stores. This is Abe and Ben and Maz, with their children, Saul and Jesse, in the left photograph. In 1895 in Tampa. They came from Germany in 1894, and then his brothers joined him. This is the first Maz Brothers store, which was in Tampa in 1896. And this became a chain of 39 stores around Florida that lasted 105 years and is now incorporated into the Macy's chain. In 1921, they moved to an 8-story, 25,000 square foot building at Zack and Tampa Streets and went from 3 employees to over 100. The growth of Maz Brothers was fueled by the growth of Tampa, which by 1900 had grown to nearly 16,000 people, due mostly to the railroad, tourism, the cigar industry, and the military. In 1929, Abe and Isaac Maz sold their interests to Hahn department stores, but continued as president and chairman of the board, respectively. In 1935, Isaac died, and Abe continued on with the name that had changed to Allied Stores, but it was still operated by the Maz family. Abe died in 1941. By that time, the population of Tampa had grown to 500,000, and the West Coast was greatly expanding. Maz's first branch was in St. Petersburg in 1948, Lakeland 54, Sarasota 56, Clearwater 61, and then Fort Myers. In 1991, Maz was closed. In 1895, when brothers Fred and Morris Wolf arrived in Tampa from Germany, they were employed with their brothers-in-law, Abe and Isaac Maz, until 1898, when Morris set up his own business with $200, and then Fred joined him. This was a fine men's store that lasted about 100 years in Tampa. Max Argentar was the first in his family to arrive in Tampa. He worked for Isidore Konitz, and then 4 years later, he opened his own store. He married Annie Davis from Key West, and they raised 6 children in Tampa: Sammy, Arnold, Rachel, Lena, Esther, and Florence. This morning, like every morning, I read the Washington Post on my phone. From 2013 to 2021, Marty Barron was executive editor. He was born in 1954 in Tampa, where he grew up. His parents had immigrated from Israel, and had every news resource available in their home so they could learn about their new country. That's how Marty got interested in media. Barron's role as editor of the Boston Globe was highlighted in the movie Spotlight. He led the 2003 investigation into a cover-up of sexual abuse by priests within the Boston Archdiocese. Newsrooms under his leadership earned 17 Pulitzer Prizes.
The town of Ocala was established in 1846, and the first Jews began arriving shortly before the Civil War. Julius Strelitz, the first known Jewish resident of Marion County, emigrated from Germany in 1852. Ocala was one of the first towns in Florida to have a synagogue, established by the United Hebrews of Ocala in 1888. Later known as Temple B'nai Daram, the United Hebrews of Ocala Synagogue was the third to be erected in Florida, after Temple Bethel in Pensacola, and Ahavath Chesed in Jacksonville, 1882. 2 Jewish brothers from Prussia, Simon and Solomon Benjamin, established railroad lines across north-central Florida. In addition to his work in the railroad business, Simon Benjamin established the East Florida Ice Making Company in 1889. Using water from Howard Springs, the ice-making plant was the first to open in Florida. The first Jewish resident of Jackson County, Florida, was probably Samuel Fleischman, around 1850. It is remembered that he avoided conscription in the Civil War by placing his property in his wife's name. The town of Quincy, located just northwest of Tallahassee, was once a prosperous small town in North Florida's Shade Tobacco region. A small group of Jews arrived prior to the Civil War, and the local Jewish community grew again in the early 20th century. Part 6. The Civil War.
The first Confederate Jew killed in the Civil War and the last Confederate Jew killed in the Civil War. And they were both from Florida, and they were cousins.
Judah Benjamin, another Jewish financier of the Confederacy.
He has disappeared from history.
The following comes to us from the Jewish Confederates by Robert N. Rosen, a Harvard-educated Jewish attorney. Quote, on January 5, 1861, after South Carolina had seceded, 11 influential Southern senators, including Jefferson Davis, met in Washington. Two of them, Judah Benjamin and David Levy Yulee, of Florida, were Southerners of Jewish origin. Most of them had long resisted secession, but now they had all made the fateful choice. They prepared resolutions calling for the secession of the Southern states and a convention in Montgomery, Alabama, in February to create a new government. Judah Benjamin soon left Washington for New Orleans. He made arrangements to leave his family, his friends, his law practice, and all of his business interests. He made his last public address in New Orleans on February 22nd and left for Montgomery. He would never return or see his brothers or sisters again. On February 25th, he was unanimously confirmed as Attorney General of the Confederacy. David Yulee stayed in Washington, hoping to save the Union, but also to gather information on the military situation in Florida in the event of secession. He arrived in Fernandina in early February and reported to Jefferson Davis, whom he had known for years. End quote.
The American Civil War, as some people call it, the War Between the States, was from 1861 to 1865. About 10,000 Jews were involved in the Civil War in about 10,000 different military engagements. About 3,000 Jews served for the Confederate Army and about 7,000 for the Union Army. The first Confederate Jew killed in the Civil War was Albert Moses Luria, and the last Confederate Jew killed in the Civil War was Joshua Lazarus Moses. And they were both from Florida, and they were cousins. On the right is Raphael Jacob Moses, who came to St. Joseph, Florida in the 1830s as a merchant. During the Civil War, he was responsible for supplying and feeding 54,000 men. Moses was tasked with carrying out the last order of the Confederate government, the delivery of $40,000 in gold bullion to Union forces to be used for the benefit of Confederate soldiers and hospitals. On the left is Confederate Army Lieutenant Albert Moses Luria, a son of Raphael Moses, who was born in Apalachicola, Florida. He was the first Confederate Jew killed during the Civil War in June of 1862. And then in the center are nephews of Raphael Moses, Isaac, Joshua Lazarus, and Perry Moses. Each joined the Confederate Army after attending the Citadel the South Carolina Military Academy. Lieutenant Joshua Moses, in the circle, was the last Confederate Jew killed during the Civil War. The three brothers were stationed in Alabama when Joshua died on April 9, 1865, while defending Mobile, Alabama at Fort Blakely.
Moses was killed the same day that Lee was surrendering for the Confederates at Appomattox.
Michael Levy was one of those Jews from Florida, from Pensacola, who served in the Civil War. And the family still lives in Pensacola and still has the pewter chocolate pot that Michael Levy carried throughout his time in the Civil War because he kept kosher and wanted to make sure he had his own pot with him.
Another Jacksonville Jew who served in the Civil War was Confederate Army Private Isidore Grunthal, who enlisted on July 10th of 1863. He fought under Generals Stonewall Jackson and P.G.T. Beauregard and invented a primer that was used for cannon all through the war. Grunthal went into the wholesale grocery business in Jacksonville with his brother. He served 8 years as a police commissioner and served on the city council.
Confederate gold, we ought to address what happened to the official Confederate treasury. Not many people are aware that when it became clear the South was going to lose the Civil War and its capital at Richmond was under siege, Southern President Jefferson Davis fled with the remainder of the Confederate treasury to Florida. Not long after his entourage split up for the sake of travel, Davis was captured in Georgia. His party did not have the treasury on them. The final recorded movements of the treasury reveal the remainder of the funds arrived at the home of David Levy Yulee, a Florida senator and Jewish financier of the Confederacy. The Yulee family is known to have buried some of it. The rest was carried away on boats. Another substantial portion of the treasury is believed to have fallen into the hands of Judah Benjamin, another Jewish financier of the Confederacy and cousin of David Yulee. Benjamin had also escaped to Florida after an order for his arrest was made by the Union. He likely lodged at the Gamble Plantation House before escaping by boat to England. It is believed by many that had Jefferson Davis also escaped to Florida and been able to see those funds to their necessary applications, the South would have been able to win the war. The following comes to us from The Escape of Judah Benjamin by Rodney H. Kite Powell II, dated 1996. Quote, Benjamin broke away from President Davis's escape party on May 3rd, near the South Carolina-Georgia border. From there, he traveled south, with Florida as his goal. It is known that the group, including Benjamin, passed through Abbeville, South Carolina, as they made their way south. Some historians say Abbeville was the site of the last cabinet meeting. Benjamin himself says that the group remained together until they reached Washington, Georgia. While traveling through Georgia, Benjamin took on the disguise of a Frenchman, seeking land on which to settle. He was able to speak broken English like a Frenchman, and he wore a disguise of a hat, goggles, cloak, and full beard, which he had recently grown.
The Confederate cabinet flees. They put all the gold on one train car and themselves on another, and they flee to Danville in Southern Virginia. And then they have to keep fleeing further and further south as the Union forces are advancing. And people are peeling off. Generals, cabinet officials, they're peeling off. And the numbers get smaller and smaller. And Judah Benjamin says to Jefferson Davis, I will never leave. And Jefferson Davis makes crazy speeches saying, we've got to fight to the last man. And everyone says, the guy's nuts. Judah Benjamin alone supports it because he understands this relationship that Jefferson Davis needs his loyalty. And so they go further and further south until they're in northern Georgia, at which point, out of nowhere, Judah Benjamin says to Jefferson Davis, I'm leaving, but don't worry. I'm going to go to the Caribbean and I'm going to collect resources. And then you and I will meet, because Jefferson Davis thought he could go to Texas and recreate the Confederacy. He was really crazed. Now, he had no intention of doing that, but that's the story he told Jefferson Davis. Here's what he does. He is there with another New Orleans Jewish lawyer Confederate And those two create a pose. Judah Benjamin pretends to be a French businessman who was looking for investments in the area, but shattered, post-Civil War South. And this other gentleman is his translator. And so they go southwards for days, sleeping on the ground, eating whatever they can find, in increasingly difficult life. Judah Benjamin never complains, still whistling his happy tune, finally says to his Confederate, you know what, it's getting too dangerous for you here. You go home to New Orleans. I'm going to set off on my own. And so he walks.
After entering Florida, Benjamin shed the disguise of a Frenchman in favor of another, that of a farmer. To complete this disguise, he had a kind farmer's wife make him some hand-spun clothes just like her husband's. He got for his horse the commonest and roughest equipment that he could find.
He buys a farmer's outfit of rough clothing so that he can pass for an ordinary person. He squashes a hat down on his head.
Benjamin traveled through North Florida alone. He probably entered the state in late May and headed toward Brooksville. That Benjamin was secreted through Central Florida in early June is generally accepted as true. John T. Leslie took Benjamin to Manatee and the Gamble Mansion. Perhaps the best story centers around how Benjamin found the Gamble Mansion. Two of Benjamin's biographers, Meade and Evans, have similar stories about Benjamin finding a parrot. In both stories, Benjamin is resting on the side of the road when he hears a voice say, "Hi for Jeff." At first he thinks he is just tired and hearing things, but the voice repeats itself several times. "Hi for Jeff. Hi for Jeff." He finally notices a parrot in a nearby tree. He throws some stones at the bird in an effort to make it take flight, hopefully leading him to the bird's owner. In Meade's version, the owner is a Confederate sympathizer who gives Benjamin some clothes and food. In Evans' book, an implication is made that the bird's owner lived at the Gamble Mansion.
Judah B. Benjamin was the Secretary of State of the Confederacy. In 1865, when the Confederacy was defeated, a price was put on the head of all the Confederate leaders because they were held accountable for all loss of life during the war between the states. So one of two options at that particular point: you could either go into hiding and try and get out of the country, or you could turn yourself in and be hung, shot, or imprisoned for the rest of your life, before we're supposed to go into hiding. And this bedroom we're about ready to enter into here is the last hiding place that Judah B. Benjamin used before he left for England. If you think about it, this is a place to hide, because at that time, this entire area all the way around the house here was completely cleared out of all trees and vegetation. It was just a sand-swept area that went out for several yards, and Gamble used a fire break in case his fields ever caught on fire. His house wouldn't burn down that sand-swept area going all the way around. Well, Gamble had it cleared out all the way down to the Manatee River. So all these trees and the road and the houses you see out here across the street were all non-existent back in those days. So you could actually come right out here and look out and see about half the Manatee River from right here. If there are any Union gunboats coming down the river, you'll be able to see them from here long before they knew you were in this area, and you could go find another hiding place several miles away where they would not be able to find you. Well, after being here for 3 days, Mr. Benjamin decided he wanted to move on. You don't want to stay in one place for too long, especially when you have a $40,000 bounty on your head. So he got it.
After about 2 weeks and one federal raid, Benjamin left the Gamble Mansion for a more secluded hiding place. Some sources place him at the home of Captain Frederick Tresca, who was one of the two men who took Benjamin to the Bahamas. This is as likely as any story. By his own account, Benjamin spent almost a month in Central Florida, waiting for a boat to take him to Cuba or the Bahamas. A boat was finally found, probably in Clearwater, and Benjamin was taken overland to Sarasota Bay to meet it.
So he got in touch with a man named Captain Tresca, who owned a boat down in the Sarasota Bay just south of us here. Captain Tresca, along with Captain Curry, came down the Manatee River in a cover of darkness, picked up Mr. Benjamin at the river's edge, took him down around the coast of Florida to the Bahamas.
He finally makes his way to the northern Gulf, where he finds two guys with a boat. And he has a lot of gold that he's sewn into his clothes that he took with him because he is someone who always thinks ahead. He pays them something like $600 to take him down the Gulf all the way. He has this notion that if he can get maybe to Bimini, he'll be able to get a ship to England. That's what he was always thinking about the whole time. And so they have this incredible voyage.
The trip was necessarily slow. They had to resupply often, remain vigilant for Union gunboats, and the weather did not always cooperate. On 2 separate occasions, their boat was chased by Federal ships. The first time, they were able to hide near Gasperia Island. The second time, they were not as fortunate. While still on the west coast, they were boarded by a Union search party.
At one point, they get stopped by a Union gunboat, and they say to him, go down in the kitchen, pretend, put grease on yourself, pretend you're the cook. And so he comes back up to the deck of the ship, he pretends to be a cook, and he hears the officer say to one of his colleagues, I've never seen a Jewish guy with such a lousy job before. Wipes himself off. They encounter water spouts. They're almost destroyed at sea. They finally put in.
The 3 men finally arrived in Bimini on or around July 10th. Benjamin's voyage and the risks inherent in it were not over yet. After arriving in Bimini, Benjamin sought passage to Nassau. He was told that a sponge boat was making the trip, and on July 13th, he set off in the sponge-laden boat, bound for Nassau.
He finally gets in a ship, but the ship is full of dried sponges, and the hold leaks, and the sponges get wet, and it explodes the hold, and the boat sinks, and he winds up in a raft with 2 slaves.
Benjamin, along with 3 deckhands and a pot of rice, were able to get into the skiff the boat was towing behind it.
And again, it turns out, he says later in a letter, I never had any sense of indisposition. He's exposed to the sun with virtually nothing to eat for hours. They're finally picked up. This goes on and on and on. And he never loses his sang-froid. It's unbelievable.
They were picked up that evening by the British lighthouse yacht, the Georgina, which itself was bound for Bimini. Back in Bimini on the 15th of July, Benjamin once again sought passage to Nassau. One source says he reunited with Tresca and had them take him. Regardless, Benjamin probably arrived in Nassau on July 21st after 6 storm-filled days at sea. End quote.
Then he went out to Cuba, and from Cuba he went out to England. Once he got to England, he studied English law, became a barrister, and eventually worked his way up to be a counselor on Queen Victoria's court before he passed away in the year 1884 in Paris.
And finally, he succeeds in getting to a boat that goes to Portsmouth, and then he goes to England. And it's an absolutely amazing story, and it just shows him at his resourceful best.
How would you assess Benjamin's legacy, number one, in the South today and in American Jewish history?
Well, first, there is no legacy in the South. I mean, he has disappeared from history. There are a few pictures of him. There was once a monument in North Carolina where he stopped on his flight down. The synagogue had put it there. It's now been removed. I compare him to Judah Touro, who grew up at the same time, same place. There's Judah Touro this and Judah Touro that. New Orleans has got a lovely hospital. There's nothing of Judah Benjamin. He left no children. So he wiped himself out of history. So it's kind of, it's a melancholy fact associated with his life. If we think about his place in Jewish life, his is the story of assimilation, of an astonishingly successful act of assimilation with the terrible pathos attached to it, that he assimilated into the most evil cause America has ever known. And therefore, he became an extraordinarily gifted spokesman for an evil cause. And at one point in the arguments over abolition in the Senate in the late 1850s, so one of the Republicans, a Republican abolitionist, described Benjamin as a Jew who'd taken the side of Pharaoh. And yes, that was so. He was a Jew who'd taken the side of Pharaoh.
Part 7. The Modern-Day Promised Land. The Jewish Irwin fleet moved to Fort Walton, feeling that he had received a, quote, message from the man upstairs to join the community.
The same question. Europe has 44 countries. Why don't they take Israel? America has 50 states. Why don't they give them Florida?
Why don't they give them Florida? I mean,
Today there are close to 100,000 people in Orange County, Florida, who identify as Jewish, most of them living in the Orlando area. By 1876, roughly 9 Jewish families had moved to the Orlando area, reaching approximately a dozen in 1885. Rosebud Canner, born in 1904, was the first known Jewish child born in the Orlando area. Early Jewish immigrants to Orlando were primarily of Prussian descent, or Romanian like the Canners. In 1875, Jacob R. Cohen helped write the new city's charter, and Orlando voters later elected Cohen alderman. One of Orlando's most successful citrus growers, Philip Doc Phillips, arrived in 1897, purchasing a patch of groves that he would come to develop into 5,000 acres, and an operation that included housing, a post office, and even a cemetery for the workers he employed. Phillips had been born in Tennessee, and though reportedly of Jewish ancestry, guarded this aspect of his identity from the public. Though not a real doctor, Phillips later capitalized on his imagined medical background to campaign for the health benefits of Florida citrus. Now, doesn't that sound familiar?
Jews in Florida have, from the beginning, made a living in retail and wholesale goods. First as peddlers, then the peddlers transitioned into mom and pop stores around 130 years ago. This is the Canner family. From Hush, Romania, 8 siblings of that family went to 8 different towns in the late 1880s in Florida so they would not compete with each other. In the top left is the family photograph shown in 1940. This is the Orlando family, shown in 1905. And the photograph is their store, typical of the dry goods store of early Florida immigrants. Always very neatly stacked inventory. I just love these photographs. Ellen Canner is a 5th generation of this family living in Miami today.
Though Dade and Broward counties were previously larger, Palm Beach now has the largest Jewish population in Florida. Of the 1.5 million people who live in Palm Beach County, 15.8% identify as Jewish, which comes out to around 237,000. It is also the most culturally Jewish county in all of the southeast United States. Within Palm Beach County, Boca Raton is the most Jewish municipality, at almost 50% of its population. Not many of my subscribers know that I was actually born in Boca Raton and have lived in Palm Beach County most of my life. For those who've never been, Boca is probably the most landscaped place on earth. It's pretty much the Shire for Jewish immigrants and retirees. In the wildly popular comedy series Seinfeld, there is a running joke that most of the elderly Jewish people in the show inevitably move to mythical retirement communities in South Florida, with fictional names like Del Boca Vista and the Pines at Mar Gables.
Del Boca Vista? Where are they moving to? Del Boca Vista!
We bought a condo at Del Boca Vista. We're leaving tonight.
Because the Costanzas are moving into Del Boca Vista. We're moving right into Del Boca Vista! Condo board president of Del Boca Vista, Phase 3. Are you trying to keep us out of Del Boca Vista?
Boca Raton, Frank?
What on earth are you doing here?
I'm living here.
In Florida?
At some point, every Jew must live in Florida. It's in the Torah.
Wow.
The names used are actually an inside joke to those familiar with Palm Beach County. Del Boca Vista is a composite word made from Delray Beach, Boca Raton, and any one of the ubiquitous vistas peppered across Florida, wherever a dose of Spanish flair was needed by the developers. Likewise is the Pines at Mar Gables, a caricature of the many redundant place names found at retirement communities and country clubs in South Florida. Prominent Jews born in Boca Raton include Ariana Grande, Aidan Ross, Ronnie Hawk, and Eric Andre, just to name a few. The movies Caddyshack, Baywatch, Too Fast, Too Furious, and Sex Drive, mostly produced by Jews, were partially filmed in Boca Raton. The comedy film Bad Grandpa was set in Boca Raton, but filmed elsewhere, and centered around the "My Jewish grandparents live in Boca" cliché. Those familiar with the events depicted in The Wolf of Wall Street will be interested to know that many of Jordan Belfort's co-conspirators were residents of Boca Raton. Some of their children were my classmates, and one was actually a very close friend.
Stephen Abrams is Florida's first Jewish county mayor. He is currently executive director of the South Florida Regional Transportation Authority.
Today, Miami-Dade County is home to roughly 150,000 Jews, but that number was as high as 250,000 in the 1980s. The first Jew to arrive in Miami was either Sam Singer or Jake Schneidman in 1895. In 1896, Jews owned 12 of the 16 businesses in the pioneer town of Miami, and they held religious services that year. Yet, when the city was damaged by fire and struck with yellow fever epidemic, the community fell apart. By 1903, only a single Jew was left in Miami, Isidore Cohen. But by the time the 1970s rolled around, about 80% of the population on Miami Beach was Jewish. The Jewish community there has historically centered around Miami Beach, but has more recently shifted to the Surfside area. As of 2024, the coastal region just north of Miami Beach, which constitutes the 33154 zip code, including Bal Harbor, Bay Harbor Islands, Surfside, Indian Creek, and North Miami, is over 40% Jewish. Nearly all of the municipalities in Miami-Dade County have had Jewish mayors or other elected officials in the past.
Abe Aronovitz was raised in Key West, one of 10 sons of Kate and Dave Aronovitz. I showed you their store way back in the beginning, if you can remember that far back. He settled in Miami in 1922, and after serving in World War II, he went into law practice. As Miami's 27th mayor, he battled anti-Semitism, the police department, and slums, and forced power and light to cut rates.
Miami Beach has had at least 16 Jewish mayors, including the father and brother of the former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Ron Dermer.
Florida has had one Jewish governor. This is the 1933 inauguration program for Governor David Schultz, who was from Daytona. This photograph is very historic, and I didn't know it at the time I got it. This was taken on February the 15th, 1933. Schultz, shown in the center, is with President-elect Franklin Roosevelt, and on the other side, on your right, the Chicago Mayor Anton Cermak. Cermak was shot in the Roosevelt assassination attempt at Bayfront Park in Miami. Again, this is 1933. Cermak died of his wounds in Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami. Giuseppe Zangara was convicted of murder and was electrocuted in just 1 month. We've had nearly 300 Jewish judges to the present. 5 Jews have served on Florida's Supreme Court: Arthur England, Miami; Ray Ehrlich, Jacksonville; Gerald Cogan, Miami; Barbara Perriente, West Palm Beach; and Robert Luck, Miami, in the lower right, who was appointed a little over a year ago and served only 11 months because he was then appointed and confirmed by the U.S. Senate as a judge in the 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, where he now serves. And talk about largest. Auschwitz survivor Tibor Ted Hollow, shown in the inset, who arrived in New York in 1945 with $18, in 2018 opened the tallest building in Florida at 868 feet and 85 stories in Miami, with a 2,000-car parking garage at a cost of $800 million. I am asked, why is there a photo of a cruise ship on the cover of my book? They are major economic drivers for our state. Florida is referred to as the cruise capital of the world, and we hope that title will resume after the pandemic. There are 3 major public cruise lines, and all 3 are chaired by Floridian Jews today. Mickey Arison at Carnival, Richard Fain at Royal Caribbean, and Russell Galbert at Norwegian. I watched CNN News also this morning. 5-time Emmy Award winner Jeff Zucker was named president of CNN Worldwide in 2013, and then chairman Warner Media News and Sports in 2019. He was born and raised in Miami, where his parents, Arlene and Matthew, still live. In fact, I got this photo from his mother. Jeff was on national news in early June on the first day of the riots when 4 CNN journalists were arrested. You might remember that. I checked on my family on Facebook. Isn't that how we track our children and grandchildren today? Since 2008, Sheryl Sandberg has been number 2 at Facebook, the world's largest social network. She's been in the news this week on the issue of doing a better job of policing hate content. Sandberg grew up in North Miami Beach and maintains a circle of women friends from middle and high school there. I checked the cash in my wallet that included a $100 bill with Robert Rubin's signature. Rubin was sworn in as the 70th U.S. Secretary of the Treasury in 1995. As a 4th grader, Rubin moved with his family from New York to Miami Beach. He graduated from Miami Beach High School in 1956 and went on to become a lawyer, banker, and economist. Some Florida Jews are famous and some are infamous, like Meyer Lansky, whose career was crime, but the government could never convict him. He was a member of the synagogue that became the Jewish Museum of Florida, and there's a stained glass window dedicated to him there. Here in this photograph in the top left, he was called the chairman of the board, is with his sons Paul and Buddy on Miami Beach in 1942. He had a home on Miami Beach since the 1930s when he began his gambling there. I wrote a lot about him in my book because there seems to be a fascination with mobsters. He died at Mount Sinai Hospital on Miami Beach in 1983. And shown here at the bottom, well, on the right, you'll see the stained glass window that has his name. And then you'll see the ticket and for the service to the synagogue services in 1978. Bernard Barker Jr. I kept lulling that name around in my head. It sounded so familiar. Anyone recognize the name? He was the plumber in the Watergate break-in of the Democratic headquarters in 1972. Born in Cuba, he had moved to Miami in 1960 and first been recruited by E. Howard Hunt as an undercover operative in the CIA-directed plots to overthrow Cuban leader Fidel Castro at the Bay of Pigs in 1961, and then recruited for Watergate. After prison, he worked as a building inspector for the city of Miami. He died in 2009. Descendants are still in Pensacola, and yes, they're still Jewish.
Of all the names of places in Florida, Bal Harbor would have to be the most troubling. This coastal village was used as a prisoner of war camp during World War II, before being founded in 1946. The Jewish community in Bal Harbor and Surfside largely centers around the Shul of Bal Harbor, founded by Rabbi Sholom Lipskar, who was sent as an emissary of the Chabad Lubavitch Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem M. Schneerson, considered by some to be the Jewish Messiah, to Miami Beach in 1969. After finding no active Jewish community in the Surfside area, Lipskar initially met in hotel rooms before moving to a storefront. In 1984, residents of Bal Harbor were successfully sued to remove a clause preventing Jews and blacks from owning property there. Since then, the village has had many Jewish mayors, and according to Chabad.org, high-rise condo complexes and hotels alike are constructed with the kosher and Shabbat observance needs of Jewish residents and guests in mind. Dozens of kosher restaurants can be found in the Shops District. We are told that the original name chosen for Bal Harbor in 1946 was Bay Harbor. However, the planning committee didn't think that was appropriate for a city that was on the beach. A name was allegedly invented by taking a B from the word bay, and the A and L were taken from the name Atlantic. Hence the word Bal was allegedly created. I find this explanation flimsy and hard to believe. However, the word Baal reveals an overt connection to Semitic people in the Old Testament. The word actually appears about 90 times in the Hebrew Bible. It is the name given to one or more false gods or idols. However, it is more often used to describe the specific Canaanite Phoenician god of fertility and rain. Additionally, Baal is associated with Beelzebub, demons, and the devil. The word Baal was originally a title and honorific, meaning owner or lord, in the Northwest Semitic languages, spoken in the Levant during antiquity. From its use among people, it came to be applied to gods.
I really thought if we stayed long enough, there'd be a human sacrifice.
Oh no, that's on Wednesdays.
Well, we'll just have to go back.
Anytime you like.
One lesser-known suburb of Miami with a sizable Jewish population is Hialeah. As mentioned earlier, the town of Hialeah takes its name from a Seminole word meaning high prairie, but is close in sound and meaning to the Hebrew words Chai Aliyah. When in September 1987, the suburb of Hialeah unanimously passed 3 ordinances that criminalized, quote, sacrifices of animals for any type of ritual, regardless of whether or not the flesh or blood of the animal is to be consumed. In response to a Santeria and Yoruba epidemic, the city council specifically exempted kosher slaughterhouses for nearly identical practices. Although, in 1993, the Supreme Court deemed this ordinance unconstitutional, meaning all parties were free to legally commit animal sacrifice for religious purposes. As a Christian and vegetarian, my only qualm with Judaism is the fact that blood sacrifice is shakutz, an abomination to God, and ought to be universally condemned, no matter which religion is doing it. When the Latvian immigrant Ed Leedskalnin crafted his megalithic coral castle not far from Miami in Homestead between 1923 and 1951, he made sure to include a mikveh-style stairwell, perhaps for ritual immersion, in addition to multiple Stars of David. A similar feature can be seen at the Deering Estate, or Vizcaya Museum, built between 1914 and 1922 by James Deering. By 1909, Polk County and Lakeland had grown sufficiently to attract the attention of a young Jewish peddler, Cyrus Wolfson, born in Lithuania. By 1920, other Jewish families had moved to surrounding towns. including Mulberry, Winter Haven, Lake Wales, and Fort Meade. Today, there are roughly 230,000 Jews residing in Broward County, mostly in Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood. Louis Brown is the first known Jew to settle in Broward County, moving to Fort Lauderdale in 1910. Nearly all of the municipalities in Broward County have had Jewish mayors and other elected officials in the past. Fort Myers, Florida, is named after Colonel Abraham Myers, born in South Carolina in 1811, a descendant of Moses Cohen and the first rabbi to serve in Charleston. At the time of the fort's founding, Myers was the chief quartermaster of the Department of Florida. American industrialist Henry Ford retired to Florida in 1914 after visiting Thomas Edison's estate in Fort Myers, where the two men would later live together. Not many people are aware that Henry Ford was also extremely critical of the Jewish people, authoring a publication entitled The International Jew, the World's Foremost Problem, in 1919. The first known Jewish family on the Treasure Coast was Isidore and Sarah Holtzberg around 1910. As of 2024, the Jewish population of Sarasota County numbers roughly 35,000. Richard Fuchs, who worked for John Ringling of the Ringling Circus and later helped found the Ringling Museum, was Jewish and occasionally attended the local Temple Beth Shalom. Jack Earl, born Jacob Erlrich, in El Paso, Texas, spent time in Sarasota during his stint as a circus performer. Earl stood at 8 feet, 6 inches, and in addition to performing as a giant for the Ringling Brothers Circus, played on the Sarasota Junior College basketball team during the 1932-1933 season.
There's such a variety of stories in my book, like this 1966 U.S. postage stamp that is the first of a living person. Lou Jacob of Sarasota was a master clown who performed for Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus for 60 years and was founder of the Clown College of Florida.
The first Jews known to live in DeSoto County settled 40 miles inland in Arcadia. Simon Rosen arrived there in 1905 and made a living as a peddler before opening a dry goods store. Simon and his wife, Rebecca, were married the following year and had a son, Orel, in 1907. In 1950, the Jewish Irwin Fleet moved to Fort Walton to begin his law practice, feeling that he had received a, quote, message from the man upstairs to join the community. As of 2024, the Jewish population of Collier County is close to 10,000, with most of them residing in Naples. The Jewish community there started rather late, but it is one of Florida's fastest growing. In conclusion, make sure to check out my relevant videos entitled In the Beginning by E. Calloway, the full audiobook, and Ancient Israelites of the Florida Everglades. If there's anything important you think I might have missed, please leave a PG-13 comment down below. Otherwise, I might not get to see it. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. Stay tuned for more. Peace.
was saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to ask you about Queen Rania, and let's ask about, since you've raised it.
Yeah.
Because Queen Rania accused the West of a glaring double standard. She said it's the first time in modern history there's such human suffering, and the world is not even calling for a ceasefire. So the silence is deafening, and to many in our region, it makes the Western world complicit. Now, other people said, well, okay, if you feel that strongly, why aren't you taking in any Palestinians? Why is Egypt not taking Palestinians? Why does the Arab world want to constantly attack Israel without actually offering any place to go for the Palestinians? And what do you say to that?
That is exactly what Israel wants. And that is exactly what might actually starts Third War III. This is the war solution. These are Palestinians, these are their lands. And then suddenly take them. Why? So they've been basically kicked around from their homes. And now another country should take them? You see what will happen? Imagine this. Now, and because Israeli official has been talking openly about this. It's like, why don't they just go in Sinai? Why they go? You know what would happen? Those people are going to be pushed in Sinai. And with any population, 2 million people, they are living in refugee camp. What do you think will happen? Unrest, chaos. And then after a few years, the Western media will come with their cameras like, oh, look at those Arabs. Oh, they're killing each other. Oh, Israel is good that they got rid of them. And then they will go to the West Bank. And suddenly those 3.5 million people push into Jordan. The whole idea, why does Jordan take them? Why does Egypt take them? The same question. Europe has 44 countries. Why don't they take Israel? America has 50 states. Why don't they give them Florida? I mean, we seem to complain about Florida the whole time. Why don't they just like give Israel? The whole idea was like, oh, you're Arabs, you're all the same. No, no, no.
Here are a couple of ways you can support the channel.
Make sure to check out Florida's #1 metaphysical book and crystal store, The Dancing Elephant in Palm Beach County. You just might find me there at work. If you're not in the area, go use the code OWF at dancingelephant.shop for 10% off.
Monad is a compendium of philosophical writings by 3 major Neoplatonist philosophers, Plotinus, Porphyry, and Proclus. The most accurate and potent translations of the Neoplatonists were done by Thomas Taylor in the early 1800s, and we have made those translations available in a new hardcover edition, limited to 2,000 copies. This book is an 800-page hardcover behemoth featuring an introduction by the one and only Ken Wheeler, with cover art by Benjamin A. Vierling, and a frontispiece by Kuba Sokolsky. Copies can be purchased for a discounted price of $50 during our pre-sale, to be found at galloglassbooks.shop. Unleash your crown chakra with our 100% cotton Make Atlantis Great Again visors, available at oldworldflorida.myshopify.com. Shop Butterfly Pea Flower Tea and Shilajit with code OWF for 10% off at sipblue.com. Shop Organic Moringa with code OldWorldFlorida for 10% off at themoringaman.com. Join our Patreon for uncensored, ad-free content, patreon.com/oldworldflorida. Some of the music featured in this video was created by Dr. Longo, some of it was sourced from public archives, but a majority was composed by Rustin Gross, a multi-instrumentalist and professional musician residing in Palm Beach County, Florida. You can support Rustin by following him on Instagram, Rustin_Gross with an E, or visiting his website www.rustinmusic.com.